Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. As always, there will only be one ad spot during this video, and that is right after this intro. That way your sleep will not get interrupted by intrusive ads. Also, please make sure that you like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps me out a lot. Now, without further ado, lay back, relax, and listen to these true, scary stories. First, let me set up some background to make the flow of this story a little bit smoother. This happened almost 19 years ago. I was nearly 13 years old, and I was being raised by my grandparents. We live in a little tourist town in Florida. They had had problems with their two daughters as adults, my mother being the older of the two, and they wanted to do everything that they could to make sure that I didn't turn out the same way. A do-over, if you will. So needless to say, they were very strict. My aunt was having a good period. She had her stuff together. We were all very close. My aunt understood what it was like to be raised under a glass dome, metaphorically speaking. They raised her too, after all. So being as she was my only aunt, she made sure that the time we spent together was always super cool. I would stay over on Saturday nights. We would go out and hang out at the pier, and she would let me hang out with my middle school boyfriend, who would find ways to get to wherever I was. My grandparents had no idea of the activities, of course. I was just spending quality time with my aunt and giving them a break. It was nice that I had a younger female figure since my mom wasn't around. One night, when we were out having fun, my aunt meets this guy and they really hit it off. He was very nice and introduced himself to me. He went by JR, and at first, was a kind and charming talker. They exchanged numbers after hanging out a while, and then we went home and went to bed. They ended up going out a bit more, and my aunt really liked JR. He took her to his home and introduced her to his father and showed her around his land. He lived out in the woods, in the middle of nowhere. I've lived in this town for 30 years, and I still to this day couldn't tell you where it is. I was only there once. He was teaching my aunt how to shoot a gun. I remember her shoulder rocking back with the impact of the shot and it surprising her. He had these weird flamenco dancing clothes in his closet. It was all seemingly harmless. I mean, everyone has their quirks. About 10 days, maybe 2 weeks later, we were again at the pier out by the payphones, talking about what to do that night and what to get for dinner. JR and my aunt were in their late 20s, early 30s, and as much as she loved me, I imagine there were times that I got in the way. Well, anyway, we were at the pier and he's talking about how he has these painkillers. He offered me one. I declined, of course, and told him I had a high tolerance to pain anyway and didn't need that stuff. He then, with a huge smile, asks me if I can see for himself, assuring me he won't really hurt me. He's just trying to have fun. The bastard twists my arm around my back until I hear a pop. I start to cry and he laughs and says, "Aw, sweetheart, I was only playing. You said you had a high tolerance." I guess I was stronger than I thought I was being. I'm sorry. No need to ruin the good time we're all having. I go in the private pier office, which my granddad managed, crying. My aunt comes in and lets me know that she thinks it's fucked up too, and that she talked to him about it. She goes back outside and he asks her what she is up to that night. She tells him that she isn't sure if I'm staying over because what just happened. I was whining about going home. I was pissed that she hadn't decked him right there for hurting me. Well, he tells her that she should meet him under, let's call it the Sunset Bridge at 2 a.m. on the other side of town. He says that the stars are beautiful and you can listen and hear the fish. He tells her he would love to see it with her and that they can dance under the moon. We were all from a fishing family and live in a fishing town, so fish activities under the bridge at late times wasn't necessarily something that threw up a red flag. If it's dark and late, there won't be people there hogging all the fish. She tells him maybe, and we leave. I decide to spend the night after all, later sneaking in only if she will pick up my boyfriend Charlie, playing up on guilt points. She calls him when she gets home, before we made our arrangement about Charlie, and says that she can come, but that she will have me with her. He groans and is like, "Fine, alright, I guess she can come, and maybe she'll get tired and sleep in the car." About an hour after she called JR the first time, I ask her about Charlie and she agrees. She sits down with me and hugs me and touches my face lovingly, apologizing for what happened with my arm. My aunt was an amazing woman, and I love her very much. She then calls him again and tells him not to worry. She's picking up Charlie, so I will have my own entertainment and they can have their time. He goes into a rage and starts sputtering and cussing about how it's too complicated now, and he just wanted an intimate meeting with her, not a damn family reunion. He went on about how he didn't want to have to babysit a 13-year-old and her 14-year-old boyfriend. He hangs up after calling her a crazy bitch. She bewilderingly hangs up the phone and tells me what happened. We go about our night with pizza rolls and PlayStation, and things are fine. He calls her a few more times and drives by the house for a couple of weeks, but my aunt was having none of it. After a while, he left our lives just as swiftly as he had come. The whole affair lasted only a month, if even that. 3 weeks maybe, and all in all, it wasn't the craziest experience she has had with a man. JR was soon forgotten and we went about our business. Flash forward 2 years later. I am almost out of middle school. My aunt had moved to a city about 40 miles away. I still lived with my grandparents. They were still strict, but as they had gotten older, so had I. I knew a few ways around the rules. One day, my friend Frank and I missed the bus home from school and called our good high school friend Darla to pick us up and take us home after riding a bit. She had this long, beautiful red truck, and I would ride around in the cab of it, loving the freedom and the wind. We were smoking cigarettes and laughing, listening to the radio. The time I would have spent on the bus before my stop was just enough time to hit up the taco drive-thru. We cruised down the road a bit before heading back to Frank and I's separate houses. We lived just down the road. We had a lot of fun that day. She dropped me off first. My grandparents came outside. They were heavily confused at the sight of an unknown vehicle, and even more so when they saw that I had gotten out of it. After letting her be the one to explain, because she was older, cooler, and more responsible, my parents thanked her for being kind enough to take me home. They said how lucky I was that she just happened to be there to help me get home. The things we do to our parents, eh? That was the last time we ever saw my friend. She didn't show up to work for 5 days. I can't speak for everyone, but I assume she had just ran away. Darla's parents were going through a nasty divorce. The dad had a hot new girlfriend, and the mother was very bitter about it. Rightfully so, I guess. It was embarrassing for all of the kids. Her truck wasn't left behind. I figured she got tired of her parents acting like infants and took off. I missed her, but she was in a whole other league of freedom and coolness. 16 is a whole different life than 14, especially when you're in different schools. I wished her well, maybe even a little envious that she got out of this town and I was still here. I hadn't heard anything about her for about 2 weeks, when at about 9 o'clock at night, my grandparents got a phone call to turn on the news. Darla's body was found in the woods. She had been strangled to death and just left out there. I don't even know for how long. I was devastated. I was so joyful that I had the last experience with her, but so saddened and horrified. She was so young, barely older than myself. She was about to be 17 in just a short time. It was a very sad time for our town. The good and bad news is that they caught the guy that had done it. He confessed after some very incriminating evidence, and during his questioning, also confessed to killing his girlfriend, who had been missing for about 8 years, and also his father, staging his death to look like a suicide by hanging. When they showed his mugshot on the screen and said his name, I swear to God I almost passed out. There, clear as day on the screen, staring back at me, was a picture of JR. I had no idea they even knew each other. I can't even imagine what would have happened if we had gone under the bridge that night. I work at a gas station on a main route. We see a lot of travelers passing through. Only one person works each shift, and it's a 24-hour store. We're short-staffed, so I agreed to an overnight. I am female. I work in a state that's always had self-serve gas stations. So this guy comes in. I asked him if he needed any help. He said no. He's getting gas at the pump, but needs to use the bathroom. I go back to work on whatever invoices we got yesterday. The guy uses the bathroom and then goes back outside. About 5 to 7 minutes later, he comes back inside and tells me that he's confused about the pump. He directly says, "You might have to come outside to help me." Customers don't often say this. They usually just complain that it's not working, so I'm already feeling weird about this guy. I shake it off because he looks like a nerd, and I don't feel afraid of him really. I look at the register to see what error it came up with for this pump, and there's no errors. The register doesn't even say it was in use. Even if someone tries to pay and nothing's wrong with their payment, it will at least say, "Payment loyalty timed out." But literally, it had no sign of him trying to use it before him asking me for help. I ask him if he wants to just pay inside. He agrees to, gets his wallet out of his car, and then pays $10. I give him his receipt, and he says, "Can you help me? I don't understand the machine." And I reply, "We aren't really allowed to leave the store during overnight shifts, as it's just me in here and it's not safe to go outside." I don't know why I told him I was alone, but he wasn't seemingly threatening. He proceeds to say, "I don't understand what it's asking me. I need help. I'm not scary." I tell him again that I can't go outside because it's a store policy for the overnight shift, and then I say, "It's not that you're scary, I just can't go outside. I would have to tell a little old lady asking for help at this hour the same thing." Which is true. We can't even take out the trash during overnights. He starts to walk away from the register counter, but then again stops at the door and asks me one last time to come outside and help him. I'm pretty annoyed at this point. I've said no twice now. I'm not going, so stop asking. I finally say, in a super annoyed tone, "Okay, all you need to do is 1, pick up the nozzle, 2, select fuel grade button, and 3, put it in your tank and squeeze the little handle. I'm not going outside." Then he finally goes back to the car, and the register tells me he had no trouble pumping gas. Also, his plates seem like they're from the state that I work in. This kind of thing wouldn't make me suspicious usually, but the fact that he originally opted for me to go outside instead of bringing me money inside is weird, along with how he didn't bother to use the pump before he came inside to ask for help, claiming it wasn't working, and him not taking my first no for an answer. No means no. So, potential gas station abductor, let's not meet again. Last December, I was visiting my family down in Florida, and we spent some time in Treasure Island. My brother and I took my dog down to the beach at about 2 a.m. to play some fetch and drink and have a good time. If you walk along the water, you can reach a few restaurants and bars and hotels along the beach. Out of nowhere, we see someone walking pretty quickly in our direction from over there, and a few moments later, we can make out that they're being followed. My dog is pretty well trained. We work search and rescue, and I've never once had her run off without permission, and never once has she not instantly returned when called. But that changed that night. She was about 5 feet from me, and I saw her hackles shoot up, and I went to grab her collar, but she took off in a full sprint, making some truly terrifying barking and growling sounds. We obviously took off after her, and she reached the first person and stopped between them and the people behind them. She was barking and growling and lunging, and I finally caught up with her and put her on a leash. She's never reacted in that manner, so it was scary. The group following her ended up being 3 men that were probably in their early 30s. They started booking it in the other direction. I turned around, and the person being followed was a young woman around my age. We asked if she was okay, and she just broke down in tears and collapsed into my brother. My dog insisted she get on the ground for some excited pup kisses and a soaking wet cuddle, which they both seemed to enjoy. She was far too overwhelmed to talk, so she got onto her phone and rang her friends to have us talk to her. We were able to figure out where she was staying and walk her back to her hotel, where we met up with her friends and we all exchanged numbers to talk at a later time. The next day we all got together, where we learned she had gone out for a walk on the beach, stopped for a drink at the bar, drank a bit, and then just wasn't feeling right. So she left the bar, and soon noticed 3 men left after her. She had been walking for about a mile at that point, terrified and slowly getting more and more fucked up. She doesn't remember much about the night, and we knew she was probably on something, but we had no clue she'd been drugged. We're still friends, and we're all going to meet up for a spring break when we'll all be back in Florida. I've never been more proud of my dog and more grateful that we were in the right place at the right time. I hate thinking about what could have happened to that woman had my dog not acted the way she did. Her name was Alice, a short, white Wisconsin girl with wavy brown hair and an ever-present Packers jacket. She liked pad thai and Joseph Gordon-Levitt. She gushed over black and white movies. She couldn't dance if her life depended on it, and she caused one of the most terrifying years of my entire life. I was heading to this weekly improv show, but my friend, who I usually went with, was out of town, so I posted an open invite on a university Facebook group. I got exactly 1 response from this random girl, Alice, but my socially awkward ass was all over it. She came to the show and we hit it off big time. Cue the coffee meetups, the Netflix binges, blah blah blah. We started dating. Life was pretty good for a while. Then came the first messages. A lovely series of blurbs from a man named Eric. His profile picture was a skinny black guy in thick-rimmed glasses with a hoodie, a beanie, and his tongue sticking out of his open smile. This becomes pretty important later, trust me. For now, what's important is this spattering of angry Facebook DMs from this man that I had never met, detailing why I'm not a good boyfriend, and that I'm hurting Alice, and how I just don't understand her like he does. I was a bit annoyed, but mostly confused. I talked to Alice about it, but she just hand-waved it away. He's a jerk, she said. I don't hang out with him anymore. It wasn't the most satisfying explanation, but aggressively jealous guys aren't exactly an abnormality. So I just blocked him and thought that was the end of it. A few months passed by. Summer came and went. Alice had planned to study abroad, so when I came back to school, she was already halfway across the world. It was only a few months, I thought. No big deal. Over those next few months, I would become Facebook acquainted with a myriad of strange individuals. There was Leah. Her Facebook profile was just a Facebook silhouette icon. She sent an array of messages justifying Eric's anger, reiterating that my relationship with Alice was unhealthy and toxic, and that Alice and Eric have much better history. She also included a blurry photo of a girl sitting on top of and making out with a skinny guy. Both of their faces were obscured, but Leah swore that it was Alice and Eric from sometime during the summer. Then there was Nick. Facebook picture was a guy on a skateboard in front of a sunset. He readily admitted that he had feelings for Alice, but made clear that neither he nor Eric had any right to be upset about her not being with them. He said that Leah and Eric were liars, and he'd try to set them straight. Relative to the others, he seemed semi-okay, but he let slip a few really bitter-sounding messages. He sounded like a loose cannon, always a little on edge. And then there was Hannah. Her Facebook pic was two silhouetted girls in front of a sunset. She showed up after I blocked Leah. She claimed to be a childhood friend of Alice. Cue the same old "your relationship is bad" bullshit. There was Chris. Facebook pic? A white blonde boy in sunglasses. Very elusive. He would send one cryptic message every once in a blue moon. He'd never reply to any of my messages. There was Mark. His Facebook pic? Two pairs of feet. One male, one female. He apologized for the actions of the others. He tried to fill me in on the group's dynamics and history. In the physical absence of Alice, he offered to meet me and talk. Like an idiot, I agreed. We set a time and a place. He never showed up, and I never heard from him again. There was Sarah. There was David. There were so many. This was spread all over a period of time. Usually I blocked or stopped hearing from one person before hearing from another. Digital harassment after digital harassment, with some vague threats sprinkled in. Meanwhile, Alice is extremely difficult to get a hold of. I chalk this up to vastly different time zones. But even when I do hear from her, she's really dismissive of the whole subject. "I don't know what to do," she said. And then I get an accusation. One day she sends me the question, "Who is Mary?" I tell her the truth that I don't know who Mary is. She sends me screenshots of texts she received from an unknown number. In them, the sender wrote that her name is Mary, and that she's in love with me. "He told me he loved me," Mary wrote. "He had sex with me, and now he has not called me back." If you feel like this story is rapidly losing focus, it's because it is. There were so many disparate things going on, and I could not for the life of me understand why. At this point, I was just about losing my mind. But this is where things got beyond crazy. I started to get texts from Mary. She asked why I hadn't called her. She asked if I meant what I said to her. She told me she'd come to me. She said she had seen me on campus, here, there, at this event, at this particular time. And anytime she said she had seen me in a place at a particular time, I realized that I actually had been at that place at that time. I started looking over my shoulder. I didn't know what I could do. I had no face, no name to report. Then I hear from Nick again. He said he found Mary. He said he tried to talk to her, and she tried to pull a gun on him, but the situation was resolved, and she was now being put in treatment. But that's all I could squeeze out of him. I'm beyond confused at this point. I am beyond afraid. I call Alice. I tell her I can't do this anymore. I had no clue what was going on, but I knew somehow they were all involved, and I wanted no part in it. I completely cut off contact with her. And then, everything. The messages, the texts, it all stopped. A friend of mine realized something soon after. Barely any of Alice's friends had their faces on Facebook. We did some digging. Eric's pic was some photo off a Tumblr blog full of cute nerds. The photo of Chris, the one of the white boy with sunglasses, was an obscure photo of Justin Bieber. The photo of Nick, the skateboarder, was a stock photo. Hannah's photo was art from a book ad. David was apparently a Korean pop singer. We all noticed something else horrific. All of their profiles were created around the time that I met Alice. To this day, I don't understand it. Fast forward 2 years. I get a text message from an unknown number, but the number looks familiar. I think to myself. And then I realize it's Alice. The text consists of one word. Talk? Sorry, Alice. But I don't want to see you again. So I'm a 23-year-old female. I live in a townhouse with my 2 children, 2 and 6 months old. My fiance did live with us until 2 weeks ago, when I caught him trying to fuck other women and made him move out. That's important to the story. I'm a stay-at-home mom, and when he did live with us, my ex worked evenings. Let me set the scene. We live in a tiny town in northern Pennsylvania. My line of townhouses sits in front of a big field that runs to a line of woods. As far as I'm aware, these woods stretch for at least a few miles. I'm not aware of any houses in there or any roads that lead through them. My living room has 3 windows that look to the field, and my bedroom on the 2nd floor only has 1 window that faces that way as well. People do tend to walk their dogs back in the field, and kids sometimes play back there. But I rarely ever see anyone close to my house. For that reason, I tend to leave my blinds and curtains open, because I guess I just enjoy the view. So in July of 2019, I was laying in bed trying to fall asleep. All the lights were off, but I had my window and blinds open since it was so warm. I was looking out the window and noticed a small red and white lights just outside. I got up and looked to realize that the lights were coming from a drone. I ran downstairs where my fiance of the time was sitting in the living room and ran to the window. I told him what I saw, but of course, when he went to look, it was gone. I was paranoid that the drone could have a camera on it, and someone was watching me with it. I kept my blinds closed for a while after that. Fast forward to January of this year. I guess I got comfortable and assumed that whoever it was flying the drone was just a one-time creep. My blinds were open and I had just gotten out of the shower. I was sitting on my bed, pretty much naked except for my underwear, scrolling on my phone, when out of the corner of my eye, I saw lights again out of the dark window. It was that damn drone again. I ran out of the room and waited for a few minutes. I peeked back into my room and it was gone. I quickly shut my blinds and got dressed. Honestly, I felt sick at how stupid I was to leave my window open again, especially when I was practically naked. Now, for the really disturbing part. My 2-year-old son and I were out in the field 2 weeks ago, 3 days after I kicked my boyfriend out. We were playing ball. I had my 6-month-old strapped to me in a baby carrier. Probably about a half hour after we had been out there, I heard a slight whirring noise coming towards us. I looked up and saw that damn drone flying towards us. I looked around and didn't see anyone. It stopped right over us. I freaked out and grabbed my son and dragged him into the house, looking back at the tree line every so often as we went. I knew they had to be hiding in there. I went inside, closed the blinds, and called my mom and told her about the situation. She told me to just keep an eye out. I said I would. My son likes to line his toys up along the windowsill, so I figured it wouldn't hurt to open them up just an inch or two. A little while later, after we ate dinner, and it was almost dark, I was feeding my 6-month-old, and my son was playing. He was standing over by the window, lining up his toys. He started saying, "Dad, Dad, Dad, Dad." I assumed he was just missing his father, and dismissed him by saying that he was going to see him that weekend. But he just kept saying, "Dad, Dad, Dad, Dad," though. I look up and see him pointing to the window, under the little gap the blinds didn't cover. I froze. I remember that he calls any man with facial hair Dad, Dad, because it reminds him of his father. But there was no way someone would be bold enough to actually come up to my window. Not when my neighbors are literally right there. Anyone could see them. But there aren't any lights back there. So unless someone actually stepped out of their house, I guess nobody would see them. Maybe it was my ex. But he should be at work at that time. I ran to the window and moved my son. I didn't want to lift the blinds, but honestly, I was sure it had to be the person who had been creeping on me for the past year, and I wanted to see who it was. I pushed the blinds up and was looking at a man, who I definitely had never seen before, crouching in front of me. He was bald with a mustache and goatee. I have no idea how old he was. He could have been anywhere from 30 to 50. When he saw me, he smiled and stood up. I yelled and told him to fuck off and that I was calling the cops. He just stood there, smiling at me like some freak. I was about to close the blinds again when he said something I couldn't hear. I told him to leave again, and he said louder this time, "I just want to talk to you."
I shook my head no and yelled the same thing to him. He started slapping his hands on the window, yelling no, 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 over and over. I grabbed my phone, scared he was going to try to break in. I dialed 911. My kids were crying from all the yelling, and I felt on the verge of tears. I told the operator what was going on. The whole time I was on the phone, the man was pounding on my window, screaming now. He was yelling all kinds of nonsense, and I only caught some of it. He said he's been watching me for months. I'm beautiful. He wants me to come with him. He'll kill my children if I don't. The operator told me to go into an upstairs room and hide until the police arrived. My town doesn't have a police department, so we rely on the state police. She said it would be about 20 minutes, but to stay on the phone with her. The man was practically punching my window now and was just screaming like a maniac. I was about to grab my kids and run upstairs when I heard someone else screaming. The man bolted. I looked out and saw my neighbor and his girlfriend. I opened the window and my neighbor said that he had heard the man, so he ran around the building. He said when the guy heard him, he ran back to the woods and disappeared in the tree line. They said that they also had called the police. I thanked them 100 times. The police arrived 10 minutes later. They did a quick search around the buildings and in the trees, but obviously didn't find anything. I've been super paranoid since then, and stayed at my parents' a few nights after it happened. I don't know why that guy targeted me, or why he waited so long to do something. I'm just happy my neighbors were there to intervene, or who knows what might have happened. So to the creep that's been stalking me and my family for the last year, I genuinely hope that we never meet again.
Hey everyone, first time poster here. I totally forgot about this story until recently, so enjoy. This turned out to be longer than expected, and I'm not sure if this is the correct or only subreddit this belongs in, but let me know. At the time, I'd just turned 17 and was still pretty naive. I live in England, so it is legal to work in a bar and serve alcohol supervised, but not to drink alcohol. Not that it stopped me. I worked in a working men's club filled with middle-aged elderly people. Most were really nice. I sold bingo tickets twice a week for my dad's cousin, and I was pretty good at it. It's not typical to get tips here, but I earned more in tips than I did my actual wage. On Saturdays, my dad would come with me to have a drink with my elder sister, while they played competitive darts in the main bar overlooking my booth. This one particular night, there was a middle-aged average-looking guy, a little on the plump side, but generally unnoticeable. On the first round of selling tickets, he was at the fruit machine opposite the entire room, looking over at me occasionally. The second round he approached me, asked what I was selling, how bingo worked, etc. Clearly had never played before, but hey, everyone starts somewhere, right? He bought some tickets and offered to buy me a drink. I declined and informed him that I was underage. By now, I had a bit of an uneasy vibe and didn't want to take the drink from a guy that I didn't know. He then offered a cola, complimenting me a little too hard. Again, I declined and went on my way to help with the game in the main hall. It was part of my job. The third time, he stood against the wall adjacent to me and just watched me work. He'd waited until the queue calmed down and bragged about how much money he had and how he was going to be my sugar daddy, how cute I am, commenting on my figure, my boobs, my butt, etc. I was trapped to my booth. I was late into the main hall, so the concert chairman, the guy who calls out the bingo numbers and gives out the winnings, comes out and asks what was going on. This guy claims we're just talking. I apologized to the chairman and he walked with me into the hall. Said he could see that I was freaked out, so I told him everything. He made the bar staff aware, who also made my boss, my dad's cousin, aware also. Last round of selling tickets. He doesn't even wait for me to get back in my booth. He grabs my ass, telling me how he wants to be my sugar daddy once again. Tries to push me against the wall and is suddenly spun around. Not just by my dad, but by my boss and numerous staff members and customers who heard and saw what went down. He started arguing his innocence until my dad not so politely introduced himself. He knew he was fucked. My dad punched him in the nose, blood running down his face. Everyone picked him up like a plank of wood and threw him out of the closed door. Never saw him again after that. Everyone checked up on me to make sure I was okay. My sister covered the rest of my shift, and I was brought so much to drink that night that I had a free bar tab for 2 months. This occurred in 2017 and is 100% true. Due to a multitude of factors, including a recent death of a close friend, I was unbearably depressed at this time of my life. For that reason, my family flew across the country to visit me in Los Angeles, where I live. We thought it would be nice to visit Catalina Island. When we arrived, it became apparent to us that it was the off-season. It was late November. The weather was cold, and as a result, the island was nearly empty besides locals and a few straggling tourists such as ourselves. Our first priority was to ditch our luggage so we could explore the island, so we immediately checked into our motel. Though, that word hardly does the place justice. I call it a motel because all the doors to the rooms exited to the outside. But in actuality, our room was one of 20 to 30 quaint guest house looking buildings, arranged in a sort of horseshoe shape around a walkway, with rooms on either side of the path. The entrance to the motel was essentially one of the points of the horseshoe, and if you walked dead straight, you'd reach the room we were given, essentially on the corner, before you have to go right to the other side of the horseshoe. So from our room, one path led back to the street, the other further into the secluded maze of rooms. After a day of exploring and having just finished dinner, it was time for the cold, dark walk back to the room. Catalina Island is a decent distance from the mainland, and let me say, it gets dark. Similarly dark was my headspace after the dinner conversation took a left-hand turn and my overwhelming depression got the best of me. I pulled my black hoodie tighter over my freezing ears and walked ahead of my parents to the hotel room, telling them that I just needed to go to sleep. And I did immediately. Depression sometimes makes that easy. I was already losing consciousness as they entered after me, drifting off without so much as a good night. I then woke up to my mom saying my name, a harsh whisper. The room had 2 beds, my parents' bed closer to the door, and mine further into the room. My mom's voice cut through the silence again. She sounded concerned for me. I didn't blame her, considering my mental state at the time. Groggily, I rolled over. "What?" I asked. As my eyes adjusted to the dim moonlight coming in through the curtains, I saw her turn to face me. She was surprised to see me in bed. Her eyes got wide. If I'm in my bed, who was she talking to? We both looked back to where she was previously looking to see a hooded figure in all black standing over their bed. I know that this is the Let's Not Meet subreddit, and you are reading this knowing a creepy thing is going to happen. But understand how horrifically startling it is to be on an island in the middle of the ocean and wake up to see a hooded stranger looming over you. This moment seemed to last forever. Life isn't like movies, where characters unleash a blood-curdling scream. Sometimes, the only thing that comes out is something panicked and guttural. My mom's words became low and severe as she said my dad's name in a dire voice I'd never heard her use before. Then, the hooded figure did something so bizarre and unsettling. He didn't advance toward us, but instead crouched in the corner near where it stood. The way he crouched was so absolutely unexpected. even in regards to this already unexpected situation, that it terrified me. It seemed animalistic. I knew two things. The hooded figure had been standing over us sleeping, and he's not acting in any sort of way that I can understand. As opposed to the infinite moment of this figure standing over us mere seconds ago, the series of events that unfolded when my hulking ex-military dad woke up happened in an instant. Suddenly we were out the door, not knowing which way the intruder went. My mom was screaming, "Get him! Get him!" My dad was running down one path of the horseshoe, further into the hotel, shouting through sheer adrenaline, "I'm going to fucking kill you." I ran down the other path towards the street. When I got there, not a sign of the intruder, but it became suspiciously quiet behind me. I ran back to the room to find my dad quietly walking back, his head low. He gets really close to me and I hear him say, "It's a fucking kid." The explanation? Some young teen, tall and lanky as I am in my 20s, wearing all black, including a black hoodie, went into the wrong room. Our room. The one time my parents just so happened to forget to lock the door. My mom woke up when he entered, and seeing a tall person in a black hoodie, thought he was me, assumedly leaving the room in a depressive episode. And when the hooded figure crouched, that was when he realized that he made a mistake, and he was panicking. He was scared of us. As I got back to the room, my mom walked out and hugs this kid, who was now crying his eyes out. I would be too if a massive ex-soldier was sprinting after me with murder in his eyes. So, to the now traumatized kid from Catalina Island, I look forward to reading your post on this subreddit of this same event from your perspective. I don't remember how old I was, just that I was small enough to fit in the front baby seat of a grocery cart. That would put us in the late, very late 90s, or the early 2000s. I was grocery shopping with my mom at Costco. For those who don't know the chain, it's basically a huge warehouse where everything is sold in bulk. Food, clothes, books. It's basically a Walmart. But if Walmart sold cereal boxes in counts of threes or frozen dinners by the dozen. My mom has a habit of pulling her grocery cart down to one side of the aisle in stores, and then walking the length of the shelves, picking what she wants, and then coming back to the cart and dumping what she has in the basket. I don't get why she does it, but hey, moms do weird things. So, I'm maybe 4 or 5 years old, sitting in the front basket, playing with my Game Boy Color, when she pulls over to a fruit stand in Costco and tells me that she's going to look at the different deals and to sit tight. I wasn't a very fidgety kid, so I said no problem. She's gone for a couple of minutes. I'm absorbed in Pokemon, so I didn't really notice her walk up until the cart starts moving. Being a kid, I instinctively trust that she's the one pushing the cart. I was wrong. After a moment or two, I catch out of the corner of my vision her red nails. This is a problem because my mom never paints her nails, and never, ever wears them long. I look up. The lady pushing the cart is a little older than my mother. Same curly black hair, but pulled into a ponytail at the nape of her neck. I still remember she had tanned, Italian-type skin with thick red lips, a heavy coat of eyeliner, and brown eyes. She was pretty skinny. Her teeth were yellowed and she smelled like, what I didn't realize until later, bad BO. This wasn't my mom, and I said so, very loudly. She laughed and looked around and pushed the cart a little faster. I said it again and she looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Oh, sweetie, what game are you playing? I am your mom." So the way Costco is set up, at least ours, is that in the produce area, instead of aisles, they're more like islands. They're huge square setups that you can see the entire length of the produce section if you walk in that area. So of course, I can see my actual mother a few displays away. As loud as I could, I remember yelling, "Mom!" and watching her head whip around to look at me, right as this lady is trying to cover my mouth with her hand. I don't know if she decided then that I wasn't worth it because I was too noisy, or if she saw my mother charging from a few displays over. A side note, my mom is not a petite woman. She's built like a linebacker and played roller derby and softball throughout college. Up until I was about 10. She's more of an ox than a human woman, but that's what I appreciate about her. But anyways, this woman squeezed her hand around my little face once and then booked it. My mom comes running up to me and starts asking me a million questions at once, and my little brain thinks all of a sudden that I'm in trouble for using my outdoor voice inside, because she looks mad, so I start to cry. By the time she calmed me down, the lady was already gone and reporting her to the head of security did bupkis. Store never found her inside, and security cam footage shows her leaving, but never with anyone else. I don't know why she picked me, or what it would have been for, but I'm just glad that my real mom ended up scaring her away, and that nothing became of this attempted kidnapping. I was 12 years old, and my older sister and I were home alone for the weekend. I was waiting for a friend to pick me up and getting restless. There was a knock on the door. Thinking it was her, I ran to answer it without checking through the peephole. A man was sitting there with a clipboard and said he needed to check our gas meter. I was entrenched in the disappointment of my friend still not having arrived, so I just told him, "Yeah, sure, whatever you need to do." I didn't notice at the time, but he wasn't dressed as a city official. He had on a green and purple shirt with bold stripes like the host of Blue's Clues. He came in and immediately went up the stairs to where our bedrooms were and walked into the open door of my room, the typical girly girl room with pink and glitter. Thank God my sister came down the stairs at almost that exact same moment. She said, "Oh, is that Daphne's dad? Why is he going upstairs?" And I complained about how Daphne wasn't here, and was going on and on about how unreliable she was when my sister cut me off. Wait. If Daphne isn't here, who is that? I said, "He's here to read the gas meters." Her face turned white. She flung open the front door and dragged me out, hand clamped over my protesting mouth. She said, "Our gas meters are outside." Neither of us had a cell phone. This happened in the 60s. And obviously we weren't going back in the house to call authorities on the landline phone. Then, my ever-resourceful sister had a stroke of genius. A man was walking right by our house, and she motioned him over. She called loudly into the house, "Oh, Dad, it's good you're home. A man from the city is here to read the gas meters upstairs." And just like she'd hoped, this man on the street said, "What are you talking about?" The man in the striped shirt bolted out of the house. The man on the street asked us repeatedly if we were okay, if we needed him to stay and wait in the yard with us until our parents came home. He was very sweet. We were so startled that we barely thanked him before slamming and locking the doors and windows. As irate as my sister was that I let someone in the house, she begged me not to call the authorities, because my parents left her in charge, and she'd worried that she'd be in trouble. I didn't want to catch any heat from carelessly allowing some guy in, so I was on the same page. 3 weeks later, a girl in our community went missing. Same MO. She was home alone, and authorities found the door open, and no signs of forced entry. My sister and I discussed our options, but deep down, we knew we had no choice but to come clean. We told the police everything. I don't know if it ever helped, but they did tell us they had reason to believe it was the same man.
They also tracked down the man who helped us on the street. Turns out, we already knew him. He worked in the butcher shop. We just didn't recognize him. He was lifelong friends with the family after that. Our parents were mortified. They weren't angry with us, just glad we were okay. Though they did review all the rules of caution and didn't leave us home alone for a while. They found the girl and say she'd been held for a few days and then burned alive. They never caught the man, but fear not. He was in what appeared to be his early 30s in the 1960s. So in any case, he has to be dead by now. I just thank God every day for my sister's resourcefulness and quick action. So I met a guy online recently that seemed sweet and kind. I decide to set up a date on a Friday, and everything is going well. That is, until yesterday. I get a message telling me that he wants to hang out tomorrow morning, and I agree, thinking that we would just go out for Starbucks and he'd come around the time we agreed. I go to sleep with a smile on my face. Instead, I wake up to a phone call around 8 a.m. Surprised, I answer it, and it's my date. Hey, are you up yet? I just woke up. I don't care how you look. Also, your mom freaked me out. My mom? Yeah, she saw me parked across your house. She waved and I waved back. She was kind of creepy. What time did you come over here? 5:30 a.m. My heart sinks. I had no idea that someone I was casually meeting for coffee would show up super early to my house and wait for me to wake up. After the phone call, I check my messages. I see messages from 5 in the morning. A picture of my house with the message, "Do you live here?" The next message he says, "Someone spotted me, so I moved," along with a picture of the neighbor's house nearby. Obviously, I was freaked out myself, and knew that my mother and neighbors were probably equally as freaked out. I start panicking and texting my friends on the phone, desperate to see if anyone was awake and could help at all. I get one reply on a group chat, but out of fear of judgment, I lie to her, saying I got the situation handled. I convince myself to go out and confront this guy. "Hi, princess. How are you?" I noticed him on my neighbor's yard, probably trying to look for me in their windows. Shaking, I try to fake a smile and let him hug me. He then goes in for a kiss. Wet, messy, and with tongue. I felt frozen on what to do. I try to tell him that coming at 5 a.m. to wait for me isn't a cool thing to do, but he gives the excuse that he wanted to beat traffic and not drive sleepy as he works at nights. I try to see things from his perspective and shake it off. I go off into his car and he and I try to have something close to a regular date, which usually doesn't include groping, licking my neck multiple times, and talking about marriage right away so I could have his baby. I managed to convince him to drop me off away from home and let me walk back to my house. That is, until I realized that he was following me in his car, and when I asked about it, he asked if I wanted him to walk me to my house. Even more scared, I tell him no and manage to escape. By the time I arrive home, I'm in tears and extremely shaky. I text him that I don't think we're compatible and to never come near me or my family ever again. In response, he tells me that I'm shit. And from that, I think I'm going to take a break from online dating. This
Happened a couple of years ago when I was a senior in high school, living in Southern California. It was later in the evening, sometime between 8 or 8:30, and my mom and I had just gotten home from a long day of driving and visiting family to discover that our cat was completely out of food. I was tired of being in the car by then and did not want to go to Petco to get cat food. My mom begged me to go with her, so I finally caved and said yes. Looking back now, I am so grateful that I did, because if I hadn't decided to go, I think there's a good chance my mom would have never come home. Another important detail that I want to mention is that the windows on my car my mom had were extremely tinted, making it pretty much impossible to see into the car. So, we pull into the parking lot of Petco, and I look around and notice there's only a few other cars, with one parked a few rows to the back of us. My mom says I can wait in the car since she's going in real quick to pick up food. A minute later, my mom walks out of the car and is halfway to the store. The car that's parked a few rows back pulls up into the spot right next to our car on the passenger side. I think it's a little strange, but think maybe the person wanted a closer spot to the store. A man steps out of the car and gets his big German Shepherd out of the back of his car and walks into the store. I'm looking inside the store and notice this guy is watching my mom and following her around, but not enough for her to notice. He gets ahead of her in line, and after he checks out, he stands outside the entrance and is watching her check out. My mom walks out of the store and the guy starts walking behind her. At this point, I'm starting to get a really bad feeling and I'm very creeped out. When my mom makes it back to our car, she opens the back to put cat food in, and the guy opens the back of his car, right next to ours, and starts talking to her and motioning for her to come look at something in the back of his car. My mom, being completely oblivious, takes a few steps over and is looking into the back of his car. His hands start to move towards his waist, and I immediately start yelling for her to get into our car right now. The guy looks super shocked as I'm guessing he never saw me in the car and stops talking to her. My mom looks very confused, but after I yell at her some more to get into the car, she finally does. The creepy guy immediately gets into his car and drives off in a hurry. When my mom gets into the car, I ask her what the guy was saying to her, and she tells me he was trying to get her to look at something he got for his dog that was in the back of his car. I tell her everything I observed, and that I'm pretty sure that he was trying to abduct her. This happened almost a year ago, and it's all thanks to my little shit of a husky. He was a super cute 10-pound fluff ball at the time this happened. I was living in a pet-friendly apartment complex, and I had just bought her. I picked her up around 10 a.m. that morning and went to visit my parents' house so they can meet her. I stayed all day and didn't arrive home until 8 to 8:30 p.m. We walked in and I introduced her to the apartment, played with her, took her to pee, and went to bed. During the night, she woke me up twice to pee and whined a bit since she was in a new environment. But she wasn't too loud, and I quickly calmed her down by putting her on my bed, and she crawled on my head and fell asleep. Since I read that huskies are very active dogs, I decided to take her on her first walk on the sidewalk beside the building. As we started our walk, we passed the side of the building that shows the balconies. I lived on the 3rd floor, and the guy who lives directly below me was standing on his balcony, filming me on his phone. I felt a bit weird about it, but didn't think too much since the landlord has actually told me before. He mentioned to her that he enjoyed me living above because I was quiet. Also, a lot of the tenants in the complex were having a fit over my husky and would just hold her and pet her whenever they saw her. So I thought he was just filming her to show his friends or to talk about her later with me. I spent the whole day with her and getting her familiar with me in her new home. Night rolls around and I took her out before I went to bed around 11:30. I walked past a red car that was running but didn't have its lights on, so I couldn't see who was in the car.
I didn't think much about it because it wasn't unusual for people to sit on their cars waiting for someone. I lived right beside of a college and have many college students living in my building, so I thought maybe they were just waiting for someone so they can head off to a party or something. While I didn't think much of it, I was still aware of my surroundings, since I am a young woman alone at night. My puppy finally used the bathroom after 20 minutes of sniffing around, and I picked her up and walked past the car to go outside. The driver's side suddenly opens, and a tall man steps out and yells, "Are you allowed to have that dog?" almost aggressively. I turned around and noticed it was my neighbor and replied, "Oh yeah, you're allowed to have dogs here." I was confused as to why he was asking, since he lived here longer than me, but I answered him anyways. He points at my dog. "No, you dumb bitch. Did you get permission from the landlord to have that thing?" As soon as he cursed at me, I clenched the dog closer to my chest and just nodded, still confused and now a bit frightened. "Seriously? I know you're lying, bitch. You don't have permission. I videotaped you this morning and sent it to the landlord, and she said she had no clue about her." I know he's lying, because I did tell her about my dog, but I just hadn't paid the deposit yet since it was the weekend and she was fine with that. So I explained to him, but he cursed at me more, calling me a lying bitch, and how we kept him up all day and night with her running around and stomping. I know that was impossible because a dog my size can't stomp or make noise to keep him up all night. She hasn't barked or howled once, and just whines at times, but that's not loud enough to keep him up all night, especially since I was asleep next to her and I slept just fine. I finally interrupted and apologized to cut the conversation short. He was just getting more angry as it went on. He pauses and says, "Shut the fuck up. You don't mean that, and I'm calling the landlord tomorrow to report you and your dog. I swear if she keeps me up again tonight, I will fuck you and her up, bitch." I freeze at that point, because I know he'll mean it. Even though we never had any problems until that day, I've heard him harassing other neighbors, and even pulled out a gun on one over their dogs. However, because he's buddy-buddy with the landlord, as in doing drugs and probably sex, he's never gotten in trouble. Despite being scared, my dumbass suddenly gets pissed off for getting threatened for no reason, and I stammered out, I have permission to have this dog, so I'll be there with you tomorrow when you try to report me. You're lying and upset because you hate dogs, even though you live in a pet-friendly apartment, which was a stupid move on your part." Yeah, I know. I was stupid and the words just vomited out of my mouth. Suddenly, the passenger side slings open, and a woman steps out and shouts, "Bitch, just go on before we beat your ass. You ain't gonna do shit tomorrow but get rid of that goddamn dog." I didn't know there was someone else in the car, as I was standing closer towards the driver's side. My fear completely took over, and I just ran away and into the building. I was on the second floor landing when I hear the lobby doors slam and footsteps pounding up the stairs. I let out a scream and hurried up to the third floor, down the hallway and into my apartment. I locked all the locks and put my door stopper against the doorknob. From outside my window, closer towards the end of the hall, I hear laughter, and then they walked away. I locked myself in my bedroom and cuddled my puppy as I cried. I stayed up all night, afraid they would try to break in and kill me and my dog. The next day, I called my mom to come pick me up, and didn't come back until 2 weeks later when I moved out. I brought all of my male cousins for extra protection that day. In the end, I had to move back in with my parents, because I'm afraid to be out on my own now. But I ended up getting my deposit and last month's rent back. I never recorded the couple because I didn't know their names and just didn't want to get involved with them anymore. And I felt discouraged too, because my landlord was practically took his side and just rushed the process for me to leave by quickly giving me my money back if I didn't want to involve her or the police. After that day, I learned she wasn't the landlord but merely the apartment manager. Looking back, I wondered if I could have sued. Anyway, to the crazy-ass couple who ran me out of my apartment, let's not meet again. My 10-pound husky is 60 pounds now and will lick you to death. This happened a few months ago in the McDonald's at Copenhagen Station. I'm not Danish, only visiting the country for a single day, and since I wanted to travel cheap, I decided to take the cheapest bus there, which just so happened to be the one arriving at 11 p.m. the day before. I thought I could save even more money by not renting a bed somewhere and instead spending the night awake, or half asleep at the station, do my business the next day, and sleep long and well on the bus back home. So this McDonald's is open 24/7. I pretty early discovered that the station was too cold for me to get some shut-eye, so I went inside and bought a coffee and sat down at an empty table. Plenty of lighting and semi-drunk people to keep me awake, I thought. I should add, I'm a 23-year-old female. After a while of sitting in my spot, a strange guy walked over and placed a full cup of soda on my table. He said in Danish something I believe meant, "I ate my food already. I didn't drink any. You should have it instead." I'm Swedish, and although some Swedes understand Danish perfectly well, I have some difficulties doing so this is just a guess. Anyway, I didn't really pay much attention to the cup after it was put on my table, just wrote it off as a random drunk guy trying to flirt. But I noticed that in front of me, a table away, sat another guy, and he was watching me closely, because we did lock eyes the times I looked up to peek at him. This creeped me out. I really didn't like being watched like this, and he just sat there for nearly an hour, even though he had no food in front of him. In the end, this dude stood up and walked over to me, and I cursed internally, thinking I'd have to defend myself and tell him to leave. But he turned, and there stood the guy that had left the soda cup on my table. He told the soda guy to leave after pushing the soda cup back into his arms, and that he didn't want to see him anywhere near this place again. Then he turned to me and explained in English that soda guy had walked by my table several times glancing at me and the cup and probably waiting for me to drink it. He said he'd finished his meal a while ago and just stayed to watch over me, but had to leave and reminded me to be careful. I hadn't even noticed the soda guy supposedly pacing by. I was too fixated on this other dude, who just so happened to be the good guy watching over me. And who knows what was in that soda, and what would have happened should I had gotten really thirsty and drank some of it. So thank you, McDonald's guy, who watched over me. I recently received a friend request that reminded me of this story, so I'm going to share it here. This happened after I went to university, so I was 18 years old. I made an effort to make friends after I moved onto campus, and ended up with a few friend groups to hang out with, including a new girlfriend and plenty of people from my classes that I liked well enough. There was one class before lunch where it was traditional for people to go to the cafeteria afterwards to eat in pairs or threes. I wasn't very discerning about who I'd have lunch with, because I got on fine with most people from the class, and we were all trying to make an effort to be social. So when one girl, Lily, asked if I wanted to eat lunch together after class, I didn't have any reason not to go. We talked about school and that kind of thing. Nothing noteworthy, but she did ask me to get lunch with her again the next week. It became a pattern, and there wasn't exactly a way to start saying no suddenly. It was fine, but it did mean that I lost the chance to eat lunch with anyone else on those days. In hindsight, I suppose that was probably the point. One day in class, I asked someone if I could add them on social media. This happened in front of Lily. I saw her face jerk towards me from a couple of seats over. It was such a sharp reaction that it was hard to ignore, and I still remember it. By the time I got home later that day, Lily had sent me a friend request. No friends in common. Don't know how she knew my last name. I was a bit surprised, but I guess she'd just dug through the university social media pages and found me through there. It gave me a bad feeling, but surely it was fine. She ended up messaging me a lot and commenting on almost anything I posted. I told myself that she was just awkward, and we became friends, if not close. I'd known worse people. She still always got me to eat lunch with her after our one shared class. Other than that, we rarely spent time together in person. I saw her around sometimes, but I never went out of my way to hang out with her, so it was mostly online messaging and seeing each other in group settings. Coincidentally, my girlfriend was also named Lily. This was something that clearly bothered Lily, not my girlfriend, who couldn't have found it less interesting. It's a common name. She occasionally hinted that she wanted my girlfriend to pick a different name, or joked about her not suiting it. She clearly didn't like my girlfriend at all, and I had an idea of why. It was hard to ignore by this point. Lily was starting to unsubtly hint that she had a crush on me. I tried not to address it because what was I going to say? I've never known what to do when a friend makes a pass at me. I was also not interested in the least. Even ignoring the weird stuff she pulled, Lily was not my type at all. She tended to dress and act in a way somewhere between a 50s housewife and one of those adults who is still obsessed with Disney princesses, if you can picture that. Things took an uncomfortable turn on the day of our last shared class of the year. Instead of asking me to lunch like she usually did, Lily asked if I'd go for a walk with her. Again, I didn't exactly know how to refuse, so I said all right. Our campus was bordered by a large patch of woodland. Lily led me into the woods, and the sounds of our fellow students slowly faded away. She sat down on a log and I joined her. She started talking about how she was going to miss me over the summer. I tried placating her, but I didn't want to be there, especially because she seemed almost on the verge of tears. I think I tried to make an excuse about having plans with my girlfriend, but before I could leave, Lily chose to kiss me without warning. It was uncomfortable to say the least. I got out of there and was happy to think that I wouldn't see her for a while. I came back to university after the summer, moving into a house with my friends. Going off topic, there were some serious issues in my friend group, a lot of petty arguing and worse. I broke up with my girlfriend around the start of the school year as well, as basically the whole mess made me recontextualize things with Lily, because it suddenly didn't seem as bad. That said, I didn't want to be alone with her. We mostly still just talked online. She was still constantly messaging me after all. One upside of everything was that I started dating a boy. Lily was not pleased to hear that news. I think she hoped to sneak in after I broke up with my girlfriend, but as I said before, that was never going to happen. There wasn't a big gap between my breakup and this new relationship, so she must have thought she'd missed her chance with me. This is where the story gets bad. At this time, I was fairly active on Tumblr. I occasionally talked about my life, and mostly reblogged photos and stuff. I was on there one day when something odd happened. One of the blogs I followed had received an ask with some phrase I recognized. It took a second to register that it was taken from my About page. That made me freeze. I read the message properly. Someone was asking this completely random person to analyze a section of text from my page, asking for their opinion on the type of person who would write it. I cannot stress how messed up it was to see people talking about me like I was a character in a book they were trying to study. The reply was basically, I don't know, sorry. But the important thing was that the question hadn't been anonymous. It linked to someone's blog. Obviously, I wanted to know who had taken such a bizarre interest in me. As far as I knew, no one in real life other than my boyfriend knew about my page. Well, no prizes for guessing who was behind it. What I found was like a shrine. She was using a fake name, but I recognized Lily all over that thing. It was this cutesy pink and red page. There were a few posts about her interest, but most of the content was focused on her primary interest, me. Most of the posts were about me. They were accounts of things I'd done recently. He told me about such and such. He went to a nightclub recently, etc., as well as references to things from as far back as I'd known her. It was clear she'd been keeping tabs on me, both online and offline, gathering up every scrap of information she could about my life and hoarding it here in her collection. She talked about us eating lunch together and how special our dates had been to her, as if it was anything more than acquaintances getting food after class. She talked about the time she had forcibly kissed me in the woods, but she wrote it as if it had been mutual. She quoted lyrics from my favorite song and talked about how she'd always been there for me, no matter who else came into my life. Lots of references to loving me just the way he is, which answered another mystery about an anonymous love letter I'd received earlier that year with the same wording. It got worse. There were a lot of posts about my boyfriend as well. These weren't so nice. They got vicious, talking about how he didn't deserve me. He didn't know what he had. If she was with me, she'd be jealous of anyone else who came near me. So my boyfriend not being a jealous person meant he didn't love me. It was angry and hateful. I didn't like to think about that sort of person who could write so obsessively being fixated on me. One thing that didn't make sense at first was that the blog also made plenty of references to Lily's best friend, Steven. She had never mentioned this person to me. Her post talked a lot about Steven and how great a friend he was, and how much fun they'd had together, how he looked out for her, etc. I was trying to work out whether this was an online friend, when one specific post made it all click. She had posted a photo and captioned it with, "Steven sent this to me. He knew I would like it and love it," or something like that. The problem was, the photo was taken from my own page. I hadn't sent it to her. She took it from my page and then claimed this fictional best friend of hers shared it with her, because in her head, she'd split me into two people. In her messed up fantasy life, I was both the perfect best friend who always looked out for her, and her soulmate who was bound to end up with her when I finally got over my boyfriend and all the other easy girls I hung out with that she made dozens of posts complaining about. Who was she complaining to? Lily had an audience. She asked open questions about me and her relationship with me, and got messages back from her followers, people who took what she said at face value. I saw a bunch of random people agreeing with this stalker that my boyfriend didn't deserve me, and we were bound to break up soon so I could be with Lily, the person I was clearly supposed to be with. She had this fake, fan fiction version of my life up for anyone in the world to share their opinion on. And she'd made herself out to be the hero of it all. I went maybe a month back into this page's history. I did not look at everything that was there. It was too much, so I'm not sure how long this had actually been going on for. I sent Lily a message confronting her about the blog. She said nothing, and I cannot stress how weird it was to have found pages and pages dedicated to me, with her talking about how she was in love with me and would make sure we ended up together, slamming my boyfriend and building a fantasy life with two different versions of me that she clearly believed to be real. Then, acting like it hadn't happened, she said nothing. She didn't address it. She just changed the topic, even after I pushed. And it was like she hadn't even registered what I said. I've never seen anything else like it. She deleted the page, of course, or at least changed the name and hid it so I never found it again. It wasn't the end, though. I wasn't going to hang out with her anymore, but we were still shoved together in classes, and she had started to actually scare me with what she might do next. I'm kind of a paranoid person. Knowing someone was obsessively keeping track of me for who knows how long freaked me out. The next thing she pulled was trying to seduce my boyfriend. It was an absolutely useless attempt that only made him uncomfortable. He told me about it right away. What was her plan there? Did she hope to tell me he cheated and wait for me to break up with him? Why would I want her after that? When that didn't work out for her, she tried hitting on 3 of my other friends. None of them took the bait. She ended up dating one of my former housemates for a while, but made sure to send me messages while they were together, letting me know she'd rather be with me. No, thanks. Lily made sure to stay in my life the whole time I was at university. There was a time when I tried to pull away from her, and she ended up starting rumors about me and damaging a career opportunity I'd put a lot of work into. I don't know what else she did behind my back, but it made me realize it was safer to let her think that she was part of my life while ignoring her, rather than doing something that would cause her to get angry. After I graduated, Lily still wanted to spend time together, but I knew I didn't have to now. I made excuses about work and barely talked to her after that point. I almost entirely stopped posting on social media that I knew she knew about. Of course, she didn't give up that easily. She tried to start conversations, asked me to meet up with her, attempts that I usually ignored. I don't like to think she was still tracking me online, but she probably was. I don't know how, but she'd occasionally reference things I mentioned online somewhere that she shouldn't have known about. The last time we had a real conversation, she sent me a message out of nowhere. We hadn't spoken at all in months, and we hadn't talked about anything serious in much longer than that. Thinking about that conversation still makes my skin crawl. but I'll summarize what happened. At first, she asked me some questions about how long I'd known I was queer. I told her some basic stuff, the kind of thing I'd tell anyone who asked. Then she changed the subject. She started talking about how I would feel about her if she was a boy, about wanting to be a boy for me. The messages quickly became fetishistic. She went into plenty of detail about fantasies she had of the two of us. Again, we were not friends at this point. We'd never been especially close, at least not from my perspective, and we had barely spoken for years. I can't imagine sending messages like that to even a close friend, let alone someone who barely knows you. I tried telling her not to pull this crap with me, but she decided to change tactics. She sent photos of herself, followed by a bunch of messages, maybe 4 or 5 a minute, way too fast for me to reply before the next one arrived, basically quoting back what I'd told her about my life and my past earlier. She was telling me these things as if they happened to her. She was role-playing as me. The worst part was that she seemed to believe it was real, that those things actually happened to her. Even when she was quoting me word for word, things I'd told her only hours before were now her life. It was like she was trying to absorb my history, to take it over, to make my life part of her. Yeah, I didn't talk to her again after that. I ignored future attempts she'd made to talk to me, and I eventually silently deleted her from the inactive social media, which was her only real way of contacting me. I really thought she might move on. A few days ago, she sent me another friend request. It's sitting there unanswered, because I know if I delete it, she'll only send another one. Lily and I met nearly 12 years ago. The story is just the highlights, and even then, it's only the stuff that I know about for sure. A lot happened behind my back. I know it did. So girl, who spent 12 years obsessing over me, fetishizing me, stalking me, and harassing me, the fantasy life you built for the two of us in your head is the only place you'll be seeing me anytime soon. My name is Corey, spelled C-O-R-I, not C-O-R-Y, not C-O-R-E-Y, C-O-R-I, a usually feminine spelling of a name for a guy. Not that I mind much of what spelling or so on of what my parents gave me. A few years ago, I had just been let go from my first job out of college. It had been pretty good money, but the company went under. So I started applying to every job I could find, as you do. Indeed, Monster, even Craigslist. One Craigslist job in particular was based on the outskirts of the city that I lived in, but I was ready to take anything. The job in question was some basic data entry and assistant work. At least that had been what the job listing said. I thought it was on the up and up, however, because this was one of the few Craigslist postings that had a website attached to it. It was a pretty basic website in retrospect, but the company message seemed to make it sound like they were heavy about serving the city and facilitating volunteer work. Within minutes of applying, I got a response inviting me for an interview that same day, though it titled me as Miss Corey. I was going to respond to correct them, but it read that it was an automated response, so there would be no one to read it. I figured I'd just have to correct them once I got there. And again, it didn't seem like that big of a deal. I'd gotten this once or twice before. I drove to the location that the company website listed, and it didn't seem too out of the ordinary. It was the second floor of a small building that was sandwiched in between a pawn shop and a phone store. I didn't think too much of it because this was a big city, and even if this is on the outskirts of that city, a job was a job. I looked up to the second floor of the outside and saw someone looking down at me. I couldn't make out the face, but it was a person. That much I'm sure of. I went inside of the building and took the elevator up to the second floor, and didn't find a single soul.
It looked like a half-finished office floor from what I remember, with some doors opened and some locked shut, but there was simply no one to speak to, no one to inform that I was there. There was one cubicle, but one of the detachable walls had been left in another office room. There was a computer monitor in one room, but no desktop attached to it. A half-finished company banner and a bookcase. On closer inspection of the bookcase, all the books weren't books, but they were cardboard printings of a bunch of books stacked together. I finally had too much and called the phone number that had been on the website, but I heard no phone ringing from where I stood. More so, the phone I called seemed to cut my call after a ring and a half, sending me straight to voicemail. Sufficiently creeped out by now, or wondering if I had stumbled on something that I shouldn't have, I took the elevator down. As the elevator doors closed, I heard someone muttering angrily. I thought that was a girl's name. I didn't want to stay to find out who said it. Instead, I walked right back to my car and drove back home. Not even daring to look back up at the window of the floor I was sure that I had been scheduled for. That very evening, out of morbid curiosity, I checked Craigslist. The posting was gone. I looked for the website. It has been disabled. To this day, I wonder what or who did I stumble on. And my greatest regret is not calling the police about this. This happened when I was around 17 years old, and is still happening now. At 17, I felt lost in the world, and stuck in a job that I disliked, with work colleagues that didn't like me. This had to do with my accent, as I was quite well spoken, so they thought that I was a rich kid. It all started on a Friday after work. The factory I worked in had a half day on Fridays, so I would just spend the rest of the day wandering around the city that I lived in. It had been a tough day of relentless mocking, and I was reaching my breaking point. I went around the city looking for a new job. I visited the police recruitment center, the Army, Navy, and Air Force centers, and even the International Red Cross. I just wanted to get away from it all. After a few hours, I had a bag full of career pamphlets, and still no idea what I wanted to do with my life. I turned a corner and immediately saw a sign sitting in front of me. I can remember it so vividly now. It said, "Free personality test. Are you curious about yourself? Come in." I then looked up at the building, and in a big fancy sign, outside, it said, "The Church of Scientology." Now before I continue, yes, I already knew about Scientology. However, I had a morbid curiosity about it. I had heard all the horror stories and goings-on inside the church, but Tom Cruise was my favorite actor, and he seemed to have his life all sorted out pretty good. My famous last words right there. So, I went inside. I was immediately greeted by a very nice lady. She asked me how I was doing, and what she could do for me today. I asked if I could speak to someone about the church and the personality test. She smiled and said, "I would be happy to. Please take a seat and I will get someone to speak right to you." After a minute, I was introduced to an older man named Alan, and he was the head of my city's Scientology center. Alan took me to a small room to talk privately. When we entered, I immediately noticed the large picture of L. Ron Hubbard on the wall. We sat down and genially had a nice talk. I told him about how I was upset about where my life was going. I told him about how I wanted to leave, plus all the trouble that I was having at work. He seemed genuinely concerned for me, and I felt like he wanted to help. After a while of talking, I agreed to do the personality test. He gave me the test and left the room, saying to give the test to the receptionist after I had finished. 2 hours later, I finished it. I'm not joking. That's how long it took. It was around 500 questions about anything and everything. I handed it in to the receptionist, and she told me it would take some time to process. In the meantime, Alan had told her to take me to their private cinema to show me a film. I thought it was just going to be some old room in the back with a TV on the wall. But no, they indeed have a private cinema. It could seat around 50 people and had a large screen in the front. It did feel a bit weird just sitting by myself in a cinema owned by Scientology, but I bet that hasn't happened to many people. Or maybe it has. Anyway, I sat down and they played me the film. It was about 30 minutes long and consisted of a narrator explaining these strange feelings you sometimes get, with some mediocre acting following along. I remember a section about how much you doubt yourself, knowing you have a locked door but going back to check it multiple times. At one point, the film showed how a past event that happened to your mother while she was pregnant with you could affect your life in a negative way. For example, your mother was sick on a flight, so you're afraid of flying. I also vaguely remember something about rotten eggs and how much an event involving them can hurt you. I know it sounds absurd, but in some ways, the film really made sense to me at the time. When the film was done, I was taken to Alan's office and he told me my results. He told me I was extremely depressed, one of the most unmotivated people that he had even met, lacking cognitive thinking, and I was a waste of talent. Now this made me very upset, but Alan said he could help me. He gave me about 4 books and a DVD. He told me to read the books and watch the film before my course. I asked, what course? And Alan told me he had signed me up to do a course at the center. He convinced me that if I didn't do this course, that my life would soon spiral out of control. He made me hand over quite a lot of money for the course, and said I would receive an email about the course, which was in a month's time. I left the center, ran home, and immediately started reading the books that I was given. This happened all over the weekend. I had basically locked myself in my room and did nothing but read and reread those books and watch the DVD over and over again. Over the next week, I began taking notes about myself and my family. I emailed Alan about questions and concerns. I started resenting my mother for my life. I began to think she was the problem, that everything bad that happened to me was the result of her. I started to treat her badly, swearing at her, and did the best that I could to ignore her. When I emailed Alan about my mother, he told me that if she was the catalyst for my problems, then maybe I should consider disconnecting from her. And I took that seriously. I made plans to totally leave her out of my life. A week before my course, I developed some kind of God complex towards everyone around me. What I read in those books told me what I could become. I saw everyone in my family as below me. I really became a truly spiteful person. Just days before my course, I was confronted by my mother and father. They said they were concerned about me, and they searched my room. My dad took out all my Scientology books and the DVD. I was outraged. I screamed and cursed at my parents. I said horrible and wicked things to them. I told them how I was going to leave them, and how I never wanted to see them again. Hours of arguing back and forth, tears and crying. However, in the end, they did convince me that the church was a bad place. They said if I was so miserable at work, I should have told them. And that is true. To this day, I can't believe I didn't say anything to them. Instead, I went to Scientology. That night, after the arguing had stopped, they sat me down and comforted me. I really couldn't believe it. After the way that I had treated them for the past 3 weeks, they still cared for me. The next day, I emailed Alan and told him that I would not be coming back to the church. He quickly got back to me asking why, asking if it was my family, and if I was being forced to not go. However, I ignored him. The emails I received in the next few weeks were mad. He told me stuff like I should leave my family now and I could stay at the church. He tried to convince me that it was all because of my mother. He even emailed me to say something along the lines of, he won't be surprised if he read in the papers that I was found dead by suicide. I'm very sure he crossed a line there, but I just kept ignoring him. The strangest email I got was one in all binary code. 0011010011. This and 10001010110 that. I used a binary code translator, but it all came back as mixed up letters and numbers. None of it made sense. Eventually, I blocked him. However, it still hasn't stopped. About 2 or 3 times a year, I will get an email from the church. It's either asking how I am or asking about my family. When I get them, I immediately block the email address, but they just keep coming. It's always someone new, saying they heard about my case and were worried about me. The whole reason I'm writing this is because I just got one the other day, and I thought it might make a good warning. Please, I beg of you, do not go to the Church of Scientology Center. If they can make me into a spitefully degenerate in just a few hours, what can they do with a person in a few months or even a year? If someone has any idea how to block an entire religion or cult from my email, then please let me know. And if you're lost in life, sad or upset, then please talk to your family, friends, or a doctor. When you're down, don't let others make you into a monster. Take it from me. After this event, I got help, and I'm a happy and confident person now. This story happened just a few years back, when I was visiting an old friend in Cologne, while at the same time taking advantage of him as a free stay for a meeting with my LARP group. For those of you who don't know what LARP is, it's basically real-life role-playing. Imagine a D&D game, but instead of people sitting around a table with dice, you have people actually dressed up as their characters, actually role-playing in real life. LARPing was my hobby since I was 14, and after I got a job that paid pretty well, I started to go a bit more all out when it came to stuff for my hobby. One of the things that I spent a solid amount of money on was my character's armor. Important for this story. It's the chainmail that I wear under my outer armor. After the meeting of my group, I mostly got out of my LARP outfit because I really didn't want to walk through Cologne-Mulheim, which is one of the more dangerous places in this city, as a medieval knight. But since I couldn't fit it all in my back, I kept my chainmail on, as well as my tunic and pants. On my bus ride home, I noticed some guy seemed to have an eye on me, but I guessed it was because I still looked very much out of place. When he got off at the same station as me, I didn't really pay him much attention. I was almost at my friend's place and decided to call him, asking if we should meet and get a donor, which he agreed to before I even ended my question. I arrived at our meeting spot first and waited. Then I noticed the guy from the bus station again, who now walked straight towards me. I got closer to the wall to make space, but he didn't pass me. He stopped before me and pulled a knife on me, demanding my bag, wallet, and phone. I was willing to give him my wallet, but tried to explain that the bag only had some armor and foam weapons. But it seems that even just talking was enough to set this guy off, and suddenly I felt 2 fast stinging punches in my stomach. It hurt like hell and I dropped down and the guy grabbed my bag. Honestly, the next things are not really in my mind. I was barely able to notice anything other than the voice in my head screaming, "You got stabbed." So the next thing I noticed was my friend shaking me. My bag was open and my stuff all over the place, and he was holding my helmet with blood on it. He told me he saw the guy throwing my stuff around after the bag was most likely too heavy and big for him. So my friend, seeing me on the floor, managed to grab the first thing he could, which was the helmet, and bash the guy with it until he ran away. We later checked my stomach, and even though I had 2 giant deep blue bruises which hurt like hell, I only had small cuts, since the chainmail stopped the knife. Until this day, I get sick in my stomach when I think back on that day, and remember that if I had not worn a piece of my LARP clothing that day, I would be dead. Literally killed over a bag of costumes, 150 euros in my wallet, and a 10-year-old phone. This world is beyond messed up. When I was 16, some friends and I went to an outdoor concert festival thing. We parked at the mall and took a shuttle to the venue. For perspective, the mall is a 20-minute drive from our homes, and the venue is another 20 minutes away in a different direction. During the concert, I end up losing my friends in the crowd. I don't care much as I wanted to get to the front, and I could just call them after the event ended. Well, of course, I lost my phone somewhere in the sea of people, and I don't even notice until the last show wraps up. I search the ground as the people dissipate with no luck. Reluctantly, I just hop on the bus heading back to the mall, hoping to meet them at the car. The car is gone and I start to freak out a little. It's 10 p.m. when I head to the bus station to see when the next bus to my city is coming. Just my luck. It happens to be Memorial Day, so no buses until 10 a.m. I borrow a stranger's phone and call the two numbers that I know, my mom and my brother. My mom doesn't answer. My brother does. He basically gives me the sucks to suck talk and hangs up. So I'm alone, scared, and a little drunk in a city that I don't know. I try walking, but quickly give up when I realize I'm basically walking down a random highway towards who knows where. Back at the station, I'm just staring at the map when a stranger creeps up behind me. He asks where I'm heading and I tell him the truth. He, conveniently, is going to the same city and asks if I'd like to split a cab. Realizing this is my only option as I didn't have enough on my own, we get in the car. Turns out, he has even less than I do. We barely have enough to get to the heart of the city, which is a 10-minute drive from my house. But at least I know my way home from there. During the drive, this guy gets progressively more creepy. He's aware I'm 16. He's 25. He scoots closer every minute, touching me, insisting I come back with him to his place, and even writes his phone number down on my bare leg. As we get there, I realize the situation that I'm in. We're about to get out in a quiet area at 2 a.m., and the cabbie is going to drive off, leaving no one to hear me scream. The second he gets out, I turn to the driver and beg him to take me a few streets further, so I could at least put some distance from him and me. The cab driver hadn't said a word the whole way, but he definitely heard everything. He asks me for my address and drives me all the way home. Creeper watches as the cab drives off, me still inside. When we got to my home, I offered to wake up my mom to pay him, but he declined, saying he's just glad I'm safe. I broke in through the kitchen window, got to bed, and cried my tears of relief for who knows how long. So, to the cab driver who tried to get with a teenage girl, let's not meet. And to the cab driver who saved my skin, thank you. Thank you so fucking much. I once met up with an old friend of mine, a friend I had known for a few years prior to the meetup in November of 2017. I had actually met this person on a dating site. However, as time went on, the relationship between us became strictly platonic. There were no red flags. My gut did not warn me, so I completely trusted this person. We met up in town, behind a bus station, on a grassy hill surrounded by trees and a tall wall. Our meeting was just to have a smoke, get a little high, and to have a small catch-up. The meetup was fine. I had actually started smoking weed a few months before, so I was still relatively new to it. He had brought something for me to try, Purple Haze. I wasn't at all anxious about trying it, as I completely trusted this person, and would never believe that he would lie to me. He had packed a full blunt for me, but I only managed to smoke a quarter of the blunt. We spoke during this time about work, our previous relationships, and other random stuff. About half an hour later, I started to feel extremely lightheaded and anxious. I suddenly had this strange feeling where I did not feel comfortable at all, and I really wanted to go home. When I asked him if I could go home, he offered to take me, but I said, no, it's okay. He offered again. Please, let me take you home. You'll be safe with me. I wouldn't hurt you." I shook my head and said, "No, thank you. I can take myself home." When I started to walk away, I felt like I was walking on a cloud. My head became dizzy and my eyesight was a little blurry. I had never felt like this before, and in time, I started to panic. When we made our way down the hill towards the bus station, I was relieved, as there were a lot of people around, so if anything happened, someone would step in. I became extremely terrified of him. I had this horrible feeling in my gut that told me to get away from him, and when I got to the bus station, I told him I would call my taxi here and go home. His tone was no longer nice, but very stern. "I'm gonna take you home now." And he began to pull at my jacket. I told him no, and that I was going home on my own. He pulled my jacket harder and I fell against him. He pulled me into him and told me I didn't need to be scared of him. But I was so terrified at this point. I started to feel very paranoid and I couldn't see properly. I pushed him away from me and rubbed my eyes and called for a taxi. He tried to pull my phone from me and yelled in my face, "Do you ever listen? I'm taking you home." I noticed a few people had stopped and asked if I was okay. All I remember was that I wanted to go home. So a lady kindly called a taxi for me and waited with me, made sure I was okay and helped me into the taxi. During the time I was waiting for the taxi, he kept trying to get me to come to his car with him, but that lady looked after me. She told him to go home and that she was going to take me home instead. So he left. When I got home, I gave the taxi driver money and told him to keep the change. I didn't want to wait around. I just wanted to go into my bed because at that time, it was the only place I would feel safe from harm. That evening, I laid in my bed for 5 hours straight, just staring at the ceiling. I don't remember if I thought about anything or if my mom came in at any time. I just remember lying in bed, doing nothing, until the paranoia and the sickly feeling began to wear off. I remember looking at my phone and seeing that I had 32 missed calls from him, 10 voicemails left, and over 50 messages. The messages were weird. He had sent around 20 messages just asking where I was and when I got home. And in one of the voicemails, he had told me how he had this fantasy of taking me home whilst drug up and tying me up. He wanted to blindfold me, and he wanted me to submit myself to him. I freaked out and blocked him on all social media, Instagram, Snapchat, Discord, and I blocked his phone number. Before the blocking, I told him that if he ever contacted me again, I would call the police. I heard nothing from him for a month, until I received a text from an unknown number asking me how I was. I hadn't given my number to anyone, so I ignored it. I then received another message a few days later, saying they missed me and that they would see me soon. I asked who they were. No reply. Nothing. So, creepy person who pretended to be my friend, I don't want to see you ever again. Quick backstory. I've had a stalker for about 4 years. He was never aggressive or sent me proper threats. So, stubborn as I am, I did my best to ignore him and not give him the satisfaction of showing him any fear. To be honest, after a while I also wasn't scared anymore, since he almost never came close to me. I know being stalked can affect people severely, even in cases like mine, and that's totally valid. But I guess I just got lucky and was never really psychologically affected by it. His stalking behavior mostly just consisted of sending me letters and gifts, such as photos of my own apartment building from the outside, things he dug out of my trash can, and so on. I called the police many times, but they weren't able to, or really they didn't even try, to catch him or identify him. About 3 weeks ago, I discovered the German version of r/I am a, and thought that people might want to know about what it's like to have a stalker. Since I barely use any social media aside from Reddit and have no personally identifying information here, I didn't think he would ever see it. One person even asked, "Does he know you're putting him on blast on Reddit?" And I answered, maybe. Maybe it would make him angry. Maybe he'd be turned on. I don't know, and I don't care. Well, I know the real answer now. He did see it, and he did not like it. Like I said, he was never aggressive and never came close to me. The closest I know of was when he sent me a picture of myself, unlocking my apartment door, taken from the corner of the steps above. Sorry if that doesn't make any sense, I don't know how else to explain it. But I consider myself a pretty vigilant person, and I'm thinking that he might have hid a camera there instead of being there to take the photo himself. I think I would have noticed him if he did. I don't know how he got wind of the AMA, but he did. The next week was quiet. No letters, and I didn't see him anywhere. Then, he left me letters with printed out questions and my answers from the AMA. He also left me a long, hateful letter towards my boyfriend about an issue that I had posted on the German version of Am I the Butthole? His letters were never hateful like this before, though he never seemed happy with my boyfriend. He wrote about how I should share the spotlight with him since I got so much attention thanks to him. A few days later, I got a gift, but this time he didn't leave it in my mailbox, nor at my car like he usually did. No, this time, he left it inside the apartment building, right in front of my door. I didn't take it inside my apartment, but I did open it outside. It was a pretty big box, which was also unusual, and it was taped shut. As I'm typing it out, I realized that it wasn't a good idea, and could have ended really badly for me. But luckily, he didn't send me a bomb or anything. He did, however, send me several zip ties, a roll of tape, a TV remote with most of the buttons picked off, a pack of Band-Aids with a few used ones, and a framed picture of me. I could tell the picture was taken a few days ago, and my boyfriend was next to me, but cut out of the photo. The frame was shattered, and the package was full of glass shards, clearly more than just what could have fallen out of the frame. And they were also intentionally put inside the crumbled newspaper that was stuffed in there to keep it all in place. I called the police right away and gave it to them. They were more concerned this time, and they told me they'd send patrol cars more frequently. He didn't show up or leave me any letters or gifts for about another week and a half. But 8 days ago it started again. I found letters in my mailbox where he wrote about how he wasted his time on me, how I haven't been appreciating his effort, how he was wrong about me being special. 5 days ago, I left my apartment in the morning, and I heard a crunch sound as I stepped on my doormat. He put broken glass under it in the night. I went off to work because I was in a hurry and was just going to make my boyfriend call the police. But then, I found my car had also been vandalized. The sides were scratched, lights smashed, and the windshield had a phrase painted on. "It's time soon. Miss." My last name. I went back inside and called the cops myself. They found the same phrase on a note under the doormat. This time, they really took me seriously. Which might have been because I was just pissed at this point, which I made very clear. If, for some reason, you're like me and just too stubborn to be afraid of a stalker like mine, then all of this, the letters, gifts, photos, even the damn glass under my doormat, are just really annoying and inconvenient. But my car was useless to me now, and the threat scared even me. I did, however, have a dash cam in my car, and it caught everything. The police took the footage as evidence, even though the dash cam footage wasn't of high quality, and I had given them photos of him that were just as good before. But they said it's not enough, and they told me they'll look into it further, and promised to send more patrol cars again. Then, it was quiet for 2 more days, until 2 days ago, someone rang the doorbell at just after 4 a.m. My boyfriend and I got up, but we were both hesitant, and I saw blue lights outside, and just as I got up I heard them shouting, "This is the police.
please open the door. They told us they were called by one of our downstairs neighbors who came home from his night shift about an hour earlier and heard someone else enter the building after them before the door fell shut. My neighbors know of my situation, and I've asked them to make sure they don't let strangers into the building. This neighbor then went into his own apartment and looked through the peephole. We have motion-activated lights in the stairway, so he waited to see if they turned back on. They did. Then, he saw a middle-aged man walk upstairs. Above this neighbor are only me and my boyfriend, and a single mom with 3 kids who probably won't be getting any visitors at 3 a.m. So he called the police. They came and found my stalker, a half floor above me on the stairs. He should have been able to see the cop cars since there's a little window up there, and they had their lights on, but he either missed them or wanted to get caught. They found a pocket knife on him, and he confessed to being my stalker right away. He's finally caught. They got him. It took 4 years, a provocative Reddit post, and one very vigilant and caring neighbor, but he's finally done. For now, at least. He's facing several charges, and I've collected every single piece of evidence over the last 4 years. I don't know what kind of outcome I can expect, but for now, I've finally got some peace. I am a 28-year-old female and have lived in the same apartment for 4 years. My neighbors in the unit above me are a couple in their 30s who have lived there for about 3 years with no issues between us. During the past 6 months, I've noticed some changes in their behavior. At first, it was just a few days per week. I'd hear music with heavy bass accompanied by rhythmic jumping. I assumed they bought an exercise bike or something, but sometimes the jumping gets so intense that it shakes my overhead light fixtures. The jumping routine has been escalating to the point that it takes place every day, normally between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. I also noticed that they called 1-800-JUNK and got rid of a lot of nice possessions. However, I figured none of this was my business, so I kept my observations to myself. About 3 weeks ago, everything escalated. Multiple times per week, it sounds like they're hosting mini Burning Man event in their apartment. The music is so loud and clear that it sounds as if I'm at a concert while sitting in my living room. There's clearly a lot of people involved because the jumping and stomping shakes multiple light fixtures and cabinets. The music is a mix of new age, spiritual vibes, dance beats, and a male voiceover giving weird instructions like, rebrand yourself, surrender yourself, stomp, stomp in response. I've taken audio recordings on my phone and one video from the hallway during these events. I still didn't complain to the building, but I wanted evidence in case it became a regular thing. This week, I've encountered a big problem. The couple above me has a private patio, which is directly above my bedroom. I came home from a 3-day trip out of town yesterday, and my ceiling is legitimately collapsing in one corner. Big chunks of plaster had fallen to the ground, and I saw a little water. I immediately called my superintendent, since I don't want to be buried alive by ceiling rubble if it gives out. When he came back to check it out, he was shocked and pissed. He said that the woman in the couple appears to be working with some people, doing workshops or something. He can see their patio from his apartment window and has watched the group do these dancing, jumping, dirt rituals out there on a weekly basis. He said they all dance and jump to the music and then spread dirt along with something else that he wasn't sure what it is across the patio on a weekly basis. He believes that the dirt plus the unknown substance combo is getting through the wooden cracks, absorbing water, and weighing down my ceiling. In order to fix the problem, my super said he had to go talk to the woman, check out her patio, and ultimately hire a contractor to pull up the wood and scrape out whatever the hell is causing my ceiling to fall. I could hear them talking from my room, and the woman sounded distraught and defensive. When my super left, he called me, and warned me that she might try to come down to my apartment and demand to see the damage. But don't let her in. This was a little concerning to me. Is she a threat? The damage is real. I wouldn't mind showing her. She started playing her music again relatively loud, kind of like a warning shot. I mentioned the music / jumping to the super and said I had audio recordings. He started begging me to send the evidence to his front office. It sounds like he wants them evicted. I said, okay, sure. I hate to be a rat, but if I have to choose sides, I'll side with the building that dictates my annual rent price. He called me twice more that afternoon to confirm that I shared my evidence, and I said yes. Shortly after everything went down, I left my apartment to run an errand. The woman was outside, just standing on the sidewalk, and stared at me the whole time as I passed by. I ignored her. This isn't my fault. Now today, I went to run another quick errand in the neighborhood. When I returned, the couple was again standing on the sidewalk. Both of them this time followed me into the building, and then waited until I was opening my apartment door to confront me. They were both wearing creepy fake smiles. The woman has horse girl hair down to her waist and started interrogating me. They asked us, "Is your ceiling really collapsing? When did it start? Do you think it was related to the recent rainfall? Because our patio is just fine." I was a little uncomfortable. Were they waiting for me outside? How did they know I even left the building? Why were they both standing there? I've literally never seen them enter together in the 3 years of me living here. But I have nothing to hide, so I confirmed the damage is pretty bad. I just don't want it to fall during the winter. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but hopefully the work will be done quickly for everyone's sake. They seemed satisfied enough, so I said have a good day and shut my door. I'm getting the sense that they're nervous about what the contractors will find when they tear open their patio. What the fuck is up with dirt rituals? Who are these people she's working with? I don't know what they look like, or why they're available to stomp around on weekdays. The repair work has started on both sides, but the contractors will come on Wednesday for the grand reveal of what's under the patio that's making my ceiling collapse. In the meantime, I feel like I need to be alert and keep my eyes out for these people, as well as the couple. It's unusual for me to see them in general, especially twice in 2 days. They seem scared and in denial of the problem. They also literally ambushed me. Hopefully it's over soon. On Monday, my super came to replaster my bedroom ceiling. First, he said that my neighbor told the contractor she has a lot of plants because she makes bush medicines. She's also told him that dancing is a part of her professional practice as a healer for people who are in bereavement after the loss of a loved one. So, my friend and I weren't far off when we made the connection between her ecstatic dance and compassionate death affiliations. I showed him new cracks in my living room ceiling that are growing in size and number by the day. He told me to send videos of the cracks to building management, but management suggested I start with a handwritten note by their door, explaining how their behaviors are wreaking havoc on my life. Since the super was working in my apartment, my neighbor was actively bumping music and jumping. I wrote a note in which I requested she reduce the volume of her music and be mindful of the intensity of her activities. I explained that the jumping or dancing was causing significantly new cracks in my living room ceiling, and I offered for her to speak with me directly if needed. While I was reluctant to suggest this, I knew she might try another stalking trick if I didn't give her the option up front. So, I sent the note. After 90 minutes, my super said that he had to leave for an hour while the plaster dried, but he would be back soon. Of course, my neighbor chose the end of this time frame to come down, when I was alone. When I opened the door, she again had the biggest fake smile and said, "Hi," then waved the note. "First of all," she said, "I want to thank you for your open communication. That is so important and so rare in our city." Obviously, she was giving me some fake flattery. She admitted that she dances, which she has to do for her mental health, but she claimed that she only dances in the mornings for 30 to 60 minutes, 90 minutes max. I knew she was lying, so I said her actions are affecting my mental health. She followed up with a range of excuses, including that they have been in the process of rearranging furniture, unpacking boxes, and they sometimes watch movies in the evening with their loud speakers. I showed her the cracks that were immediately visible from the doorway area. She pointed to one and said, "See, we used to have one table over there, but now we have two due to the furniture rearranging. So maybe that's the reason? We also have cracks in our ceiling and, we all have to share this space." I asked her about hosting any large events in the past month, which she flat out denied. She briefly mentioned that she does sessions but didn't elaborate further. The following suggestion, I later realized, was entrapment. My neighbor said she would give me her phone number, go upstairs and lower the volume. Then I should text to let her know if I could still hear it. Thankfully, my super came back while she was in the process of sharing her contact information. She immediately tensed up, quickly gave the number, and then scurried off. As she passed my super, she randomly blurted out, "We're best friends now," referring to me and her. My super and I are both very aware of the antics, so of course he didn't buy that manipulation tactic. I texted her that I couldn't hear the music now, to which she responded, "So glad to hear that. Thanks again for opening a line of communication. I'm always happy to chat. Hope you have a lovely day." Prayer hands and a heart emoji. In retrospect, I think she wasn't playing music at all. I also felt like our conversation was riddled with gaslighting, misdirection, and flat-out lies. I was somewhat confused, but I know what I have been experiencing and have plenty of evidence to prove it. Within hours of our conversation, my neighbor started up the loud music and dancing as if nothing happened. I was furious. I took new audio recordings and immediately emailed building management with my new evidence, footage of the ceiling cracks, along with my photo of my note. I explained that my neighbor was kind, though somewhat misleading, and expressed interest in accommodating my requests. I also said her behaviors were continuing as normal, despite the false claims that she would take my experiences into account. The building manager said to keep her updated, but it was clear she assumed the situation would be resolved on its own. Nope. My neighbor continued with this incessant bass-heavy music and jumping shenanigans the next day, and the day after. I continued to document everything. On Wednesday evening, I went out for a quick errand, and again was a victim of the stalking tricks. She ran into me as I was entering the building, waited until I passed her on the stairwell, and then spoke up. She acknowledged that I've probably still been hearing her activities the past couple days, and that I will continue to hear them for the next few days, all due to rearranging furniture. She said the coffee table had been sold that day. Not true. I was working in my living room all day and would have heard such a commotion in the stairwell. I said yes, I have been hearing her, loud and clear. Shortly after this in-person encounter, my neighbor went on to host a party. I heard people in the stairwell who seemed unfamiliar with whose apartment they were even visiting, and one guest introduced herself as a friend of someone else. While the music was much lower, the group began running back and forth overhead. Hearing these strange activities without the music was somewhat creepier than with the music. I took more recordings, then retreated to my bedroom. But of course, the group decided to migrate to their patio, right above my head again. By 10:30, I had enough. They were no longer dancing, but the group's chatter along with ethereal music, a female soprano singing vocalizations, was just too much. I sent her a text, explained that I understood she has every right to host guests in her space, but I was perturbed by the way she'd said to my face that any excess noise I might hear in the coming days was from rearranging furniture. I said I could hear music and conversations very clearly, as the noise filters through my AC unit. I also said to please let me know if they'll be hosting events in the future, so I'm not caught off guard. Well, my neighbor didn't respond that night. Within minutes of sending my message, the group began to sing the Happy Birthday song in the most somber way that I've ever heard it sung. I was able to record the second half of it. They sang in a monotone, and there was no clapping, cheering, or any standard signs of merriment that occur after singing the song. The following afternoon, my neighbor sent me a wall of text in which she continued to lie. She said that the gathering was very small, only 4 friends, so it didn't even cross her mind to let me know when she saw me earlier. She also said it was the first time that they had hosted more than 2 people over this entire year. I honestly had to laugh at that one. She said when she first saw my text, they lowered the music volume and told the friends to quiet down. So she admitted that she saw my message, but made no mention of any birthday affair. As for the furniture rearranging, she explained that it's been a part of a long-term project, and added more lies like how they had just been receiving a dining room table and bookshelf they'd been waiting on for 8 months. Not only would I have seen such a large package on the stairwell, but also, why share so much irrelevant information if being truthful? Finally, my neighbor said that they'll be hosting 2 more events next week. Another small gathering of 4 friends next Wednesday in honor of her partner's birthday, and a large gathering on Friday, again for his birthday. Like I said, she made no mention of singing Happy Birthday the night before. Who would host 3 birthday parties over 2 weeks? It was obviously all false. She followed up 5 minutes later with a second text that explained she was late to respond because she's been in back-to-back sessions. So I finally had written evidence of her talking about these sessions. I didn't respond to the text. I refused to engage her or her partner any further. They continued to play music and stomp around that evening, but I had my boyfriend and a friend over who heard everything and validated me that all of this was absolutely maddening. On Friday, I finally called my building manager to explain everything. She needed to understand that something was very strange and potentially dangerous going on above me. Thankfully, I was finally believed. It turns out, my building had no idea that she was running some sort of a business and hosting group events. I thought they at least had a vague awareness. The building manager said they would get an attorney involved ASAP to review their lease contract and pursue action. She asked for all my evidence, including written communications, a personal written account of verbal communications, audio recordings, and footage of ceiling damage. I've been taking videos of the ceiling cracks over the past few weeks to demonstrate how quickly they're growing. I made a Google folder that divided each category, dated every piece of evidence, and sent it. I was so relieved. It felt like some form of action was finally in motion. I assumed the building attorney was working on a case against them over the weekend, so I ignored their relentless music and jumping. But today, my neighbors have been hosting yet another gathering since 11:30 a.m. I've been hearing heavy bass, sporadic jumping, and chatting on their patio for going on 7.5 hours now. While I've continued to collect my evidence, I decided to wait until tomorrow to check in with management. Around 5 p.m., I was quietly sitting on my couch when out of nowhere, I heard the door open from above. Someone jogged down and then pounded on my front door. I didn't move a muscle. The person on the other side waited for about a minute. I thought I heard keys jingling, and then they slowly retreated back upstairs and shut the door again. Honestly, I have no idea what's going on now. The music and jumping increased after the knocking incident. Maybe they were testing if I was home, but I'm rattled by how I'm feeling watched when I'm minding my own business. At the same time, I want to keep laying low to protect myself. I still have very little information about this group. They're clearly escalating. 3 events planned within 1 week, despite added pressure from everyone around them. But to whoever is listening, thank you for supporting me during this insane neighborly crisis. Once it's over, I hope I never have to meet these 2 quacks again. In my late teens and early 20s, I was friends with a girl named Lucy. She was a very lonely kind of girl whose parents were, well, honestly, really shitty parents. Her mother was verbally abusive, and her father really couldn't care less about anything. Because of the lack of love in her life, Lucy searched through dating sites for love and comfort from strange men, and she was not afraid of meeting them face to face, even if they'd been chatting for only a few days. My friendship with Lucy was a strange one. I found her quite annoying sometimes, but I also felt awful for her because of her loneliness and lack of friends and love in her life. Sometimes I really didn't want to hang out with her, and some days I would accept her offer to hang out. When it was just her and I together, she was normal and okay to be around, but also very appreciative of having someone giving her attention. We had a small group of friends, and she would try to get all of us together as often as possible, and honestly, the whole group together was really quite fun. When we were all together, Lucy was very hyper, and you could just tell that she was happy to be around people who didn't insult her as her mother does. Suddenly, Lucy tells us she had a boyfriend. We were all surprised because we knew she had a lot of guys online, but we never ever heard her say that she was actually dating someone. A few days later, she sets up a day for our friend group to meet Trevor. None of us were looking forward to it because we thought that he was going to be like all the others, just a temporary boy toy. When we met him, we all felt awkward. He barely spoke a word. He wouldn't look directly at any of us at all. Lucy would try to be funny, but he would just give her dirty looks. Needless to say, we thought he was a weird one and could tell that he didn't care much for her. As the days went on, Lucy kept telling me how much Trevor did not like me. This was weird because no one ever disliked me. I'm always polite, respectful, and I smile a lot at everyone. But for some reason, he did not like me. She kept saying that he thinks I'm using Lucy for her money. Not sure how he thought that since I paid for everything for Lucy. To keep this piece of the story short, I think he was trying to find reasons to convince her to get rid of me. I got a terrible vibe from Trevor. He dressed like he didn't care about life. He never smiled. He didn't shake our hands when first meeting us. He stank of weed and really had an overall uncomfortable feeling about him. After months of Trevor trying to convince Lucy that I'm a terrible friend and she should not hang out with me anymore, she started to do as he said. She would start to hide me from him. If she and I were together and he would call her on the phone, she would lie and say that I wasn't there. If she was with a group of friends, he would have her swear that I wasn't with them too. When he was going to be joining the group on an outing or just hanging out at her place, she would tell me that I couldn't come. Lucy will do whatever a boyfriend says just to keep pleasing him so she doesn't lose him. Now here's where it starts to get scary. Lucy calls me one day and says she wants to come hang out at her place. I agreed. She came to pick me up and went to her house and watched TV for a bit. We then decided, since it's a nice day outside, we would take her two dogs for a walk to a nearby pocket park and would later return to the house to have lunch together. While at the park, she receives a phone call. Now let me say that Lucy is not a private person whatsoever and has never ever walked away to answer a phone call until this day. She walked far enough away that she knew I was not able to hear anything she said. This was suspicious to me, but not enough to question it. The call ends and she begins walking towards me with a look on her face, as if she's trying not to smile. She tells me, "So I need to bring you home now." I was slightly confused as we had only been together for an hour, when we usually spend the entire day together, and she would never want me to go home. She would even frequently beg me to sleep over to avoid being alone. So anyway, I said it was okay and we walked to drop her dogs off at home, and we got in her car and off we went. About 10 minutes into the car ride, I realized she isn't going in the direction of my house. So I asked, "Where are we going?" She smirked but didn't respond. I asked again, laughing uncomfortably, "Seriously, where are we going?" She continued to smirk but didn't want to answer me. I started to realize she was heading in the direction of where her boyfriend lived. Oh, hell no. I asked one last time with anger in my voice, "Where are you taking me?" Her only response was bone-chilling to me. "Trevor wants to talk to you." Nope. No. Nope. I wasn't having any of this. I insisted and demanded she let me out of the car. But with her evil smirk and same response, she said it again. "It's okay. He just wants to talk to you." I was furious at this point because this creepy guy who looks like he wants to kill someone, who also despised me, wanted to talk to me. Why can't he talk to me on the phone? Why do I need to go to his sketchy apartment? She absolutely refused to let me out of the car. She had the doors locked, as if I wasn't able to unlock my passenger door. I waited until she reached a red light. I grabbed her wallet from the back seat and took out her bus pass and bolted out of the car. I had no idea where I was or where the nearest bus stop was, but I was not about to let her crazy-ass boyfriend do whatever he wanted to me. She yelled for me to get back into the car, but of course I ignored her. She sped off furiously. I immediately blocked her number on my phone. I removed her as my friend on social media and immediately warned the group of friends not to talk to her because she has gone nuts. I have not spoken to her since that very day, and she also lost the other 5 friends of the group as well. After this situation, Lucy, I hope that you are truly lonely now. This was an event that happened in my childhood, and to this day, I've never gotten over it. This was around the time of my 9th birthday, and looking back on this night, I was sure that I would not have made it to my 10th had it gone any different. At the time, my family, one of my friends from school, Tasha, and I were visiting our family friend's cabin for a party about 15 minutes from our town. This party was large, as all the surrounding cabins were filled with other acquaintances and close friends. Everyone knew each other, and everyone had kids of their own, so there were plenty of people to play with for my younger brother, friend, and I. The cabins were off of a small gravel road that connected to a larger, main paved one that was fairly secluded. In the middle of the cabins was a cleared section of forest, with a bonfire pit that was the communal party grounds. Otherwise, all the cabins were separated by short trails through dense forests, just large enough for pickup trucks to squeeze through. Since all the cabins were connected by this gravel road and had trails going in between, it made great territory for hide-and-seek tag, or a manhunt as the older, cooler kids called it, when we visited. This was super common pastime while the adults chatted, and since all the children, including my brother and I, were well acquainted with a broad age range between 7 and 13, it was one of my only things we could do together while still having fun. We had played hundreds of times over the many visits we shared, and it was not uncommon to hide in backyards, ditches, just into the forest, and under decks. We always drew clear boundaries set by the older kids to contain the many kids to a fair playing area, and stayed out playing well past sunset most nights until it eventually got too dark to see. None of the adults minded us running around like this, since everyone knew everyone, and the small cluster of cabins were close together, and the patches of dense forest between them were no more than 100 meters deep before you hit someone's yard. Of course, it also meant that all the children would be occupied, so the parents and adults could drink and talk without inhibition. This night, however, we wanted to expand the playing field. Along with my friend Tasha, many of the other kids had friends with them, and other invitees from outside the area had brought kids along as well. It was decided that our normal playing zone was too small for our numbers to be fair, and so the request was made to extend to the next cabin cluster over. The adults were hesitant, as the next cluster was only accessible by going all the way up the gravel road to the bigger paved one, and then walking a good distance down it until the next gravel road shot off from it. However, with the promise to pair up and the urging of all the kids, this was permitted, with the caveat that we return to our normal playing grounds before sunset. This was occurring at the time of year where fall had set in and it was very cold in the evenings. However, the trees still had all their dead leaves, so the forest was only marginally sparser. Tasha and I were playing together as a pair in the usual cluster, but realized that the only people around were other hiders, and figured it would be more fun to try and stalk to taggers, who were definitely in the next cluster, We held hands along the paved road just in case one of us fell into the steep ditches on either side, but also for warmth, as well as since it was freezing. Once we got to the other cluster, Tasha and I immediately split up like spies. Tasha would scout about 50 feet in front of me and motion me forward when the coast was clear, while I watched for taggers from our behind. This continued with a few narrow escapes and a lot of running and careful scoping. These were roads and paths none of us had played on, and the new territory was thrilling. But we were sensible enough not to run in the other people's yards or under their decks. This left us exposed on the road to taggers, but it was safer in this unfamiliar landscape. What happened next was so shocking that at the time I remember thinking I was making it up until my story was corroborated by Tasha and the other kids. As Tasha and I were making our way, like I described, down the main gravel road, we thought we heard footsteps crunching along and decided to duck between two different cars parked on the road. Tasha was fairly far in front of me, and I lost sight of her as I crouched down behind my own car. I remember staying there for a few minutes to make sure the coast was clear, but waited for a signal from Tasha to say that we were okay up ahead. Eventually, I got antsy and stood up to tell her to stop hiding. I have no idea how my instincts completely failed me, but to my horror, a large, ice-cold, rough hand sprung out to snatch my wrist. I jumped in shock and spun around to see that behind me was a tall man in a red hoodie and black beanie. He was looming over me with one hand in his jean pocket and the other holding my wrist in a death grip. I was so surprised that I couldn't even scream. It was like my throat was suddenly filled with cement and my voice had become a heavy rock that sunk down into my stomach. I was frozen, just staring up at this stranger with no expression. It felt like we stared at each other for hours, both of us completely still. Even at 9, I could clearly see the turmoil rolling over this guy's face. It disturbed me to feel how he would tighten and loosen his hold on my wrist, like he was contemplating something. My mind was steamrolled with panic while this continued for what I assume now was only seconds. What did this guy want? Was it his car and he was mad? Was he going to tell my parents that I messed with it? Was I in trouble? Where was Tasha? Did he own a cabin here? Maybe he wanted us to play somewhere else. Finally, the silence and stillness stopped and the man grunted. It pulled me right out of my thoughts, and I saw him moving his hand inside his pocket like he was fishing for something. He was fidgeting around in there, and it was super distracting. I was staring at his hand, wondering what was going on, when I saw under the edge of his hoodie the unmistakable shape of a 5-inch buck knife tucked into his waistband on his opposite hip. At the same time, I saw it. His grip firmed, and he started pulling me off the road and towards the forest. Finally, my survival instincts kicked in, and I immediately started to struggle, pulling against him in a losing battle due to the gravel under my shoes. It seemed to surprise him, and he temporarily relaxed his hand just enough that I could yank my arm away. He stood there and watched as I ran off, down the road and towards the nearest older kid that I could see. I looked back just once, and in his hand was the buck knife, but I was already too far to chase. When I did find another older kid, I had them walk back with me to find Tasha, still shocked from what happened. I told them I had lost her, but when we got back to the cars, Tasha immediately ran up to me and started to freak out. The older kid wanted to know what was going on, and when pressed, I explained what had occurred. The older kid swiftly walked us back to a larger group of kids and made us all walk back to the other cluster and said that the game was over. Then, they and 3 other kids went around and yelled that the game was over and wrangled up the other kids. Once we were all accounted for, the older kids ran over to the adults and told them what happened. From there, everything devolved into chaos as angry parents with flashlights hopped on quads and drove off to search, while other adults checked on all of us. When all was said and done, we found out that Tasha had seen the whole thing and was just about to signal to me when she had peeked out from behind her car and saw the man standing behind me. She said he was actually there for a while before I got up and described the same behavior as I did. Still, quiet, hand moving around his pocket, just looming. She had stayed hidden behind the car and said he wandered into the forest after I had left. It is only now that I am older I understand he was playing with himself through his pocket and considered taking me to the woods to have his way and possibly kill me, considering the knife. We found out later that night a few other kids had seen him walking down the paved road and sitting just at the edge of the forest on a few different occasions, but didn't think much of it. Our parents never found wherever he went, mostly due to the large gap in time between when he disappeared and when we told our parents. To this day, it remains a super repressed memory that becomes an intrusive thought once in a while. Like I mentioned, even at the time, I thought that I had imagined the experience. It was too real, and though I have had times in my life where I felt worse in the moment, I get sick thinking about what would have happened. It makes me feel even worse to think about how I left Tasha and what would have happened if she had been discovered or had come to my aid. This world is full of sick weirdos. For some context, I'm a 32-year-old female. This happened to me when I was about 25 or 26. I work full-time as a researcher at a university, which is where these encounters took place. I'm not a professor or anything, and because of my age at the time, I could have easily been mistaken for just another student wandering around campus. On some days, when the weather was nice, I would prefer to spend my lunch hour strolling around the university grounds outside, or sitting underneath a shady tree on a bench, enjoying the time I was not sitting in a cramped corner of a lab. On one of these days, I was sitting on a bench enjoying the fresh air, and a male student walked by and asked if he could sit next to me. I'm pretty shy and awkward kind of person, so even though I would really have preferred sitting alone, I said sure. He initiated simple conversation, to which I replied, but being careful not to be too forthcoming. He mentioned he had seen which departmental building I came and went from, which slightly alarmed me, given I had never seen this person before in my life. But I pushed the thought from my mind. After all, the weather had been decent lately, and I had spent nearly all of my lunch hours for the past week outside. He asked if I was studying within the mentioned department, to which I told him that I was not a student, but rather I worked there. He told me he was an engineering student, and then followed up with asking me out to coffee sometime. I apologized and told him that I had a boyfriend and would have to decline. We parted ways after that, and I assumed I probably wouldn't see him around again. About a week or two went by, and I was spending another lunch or hour outside on my campus, sitting on a different bench somewhere. Seemingly, out of nowhere, the man from before asked if he could sit next to me again. Admittedly, I don't remember what he started talking to me about at first. My mind was reeling, and I was rather uncomfortable having to potentially turn this guy down again for a second time. Sure enough, he asked me again if I would go to coffee sometime. I apologized and reminded him that I had a boyfriend. It would not be meeting him for coffee. And again, he left after that. I was feeling rather anxious now, but I still hadn't reached a level where I had to be too concerned. A few days later, I had finished work and was leaving the building to walk to where I had parked my car. The university charges a fortune for parking passes, even if you're employed by them, so I had always opted for free street parking about a 10-minute walk away from campus. My walking route would take me down several quiet residential areas with minimal car traffic. Even pedestrian traffic was pretty sparse on the busiest of days. It wasn't until I was about halfway to my car, down one of these quiet back streets, that I noticed someone walking directly across the street from me, but keeping a few paces behind. I noticed him from my peripheral vision, and didn't want to flat out turn around to stare at him. It wasn't uncommon to see someone else by any means. I was just always trying to be aware of my surroundings when walking the streets alone. I had to make a few turns coming up anyways, and the chance that they would be going the same way as me was slim. But he did.
He made all the turns I did, still walking on the sidewalk across from me, a few steps behind. I still did not want to look at whoever this was. I didn't want him to know that I was aware of what I thought he was doing. I quickened my pace to a speedy walk. I was approaching the first of two busier streets before I would reach my car. His pace quickened to keep up with me. This was the moment that I panicked. The moment I was sure that he was indeed following me. After that, I started a full-out jog to cross the first of the busier streets. He ran to keep up behind me and was now on the same side of the street that I was. I was now nearly at my car. I had to cross the last busy street and get about 100 meters and I would be there. But it was crossing the street that worried me. I often had to stop and wait a good minute or so before it was clear enough to do so. If this were the case, he would catch up with me. As if the stars aligned, as soon as I made it running to the busy street, I had a gap to cross. I booked it as fast as I could, finally turning around, once I had made it, to look and yell at the man who had been pursuing me. It was him. I could have suspected, but now it was confirmed. It was the engineering student whom I had turned down for coffee. "Stop following me," I yelled at him from across the busy street. "Can I just talk to you?" he yelled back. I didn't even answer him. I mean, the answer should have been obvious from the start, and I was clearly never going to give my time to anyone who had just followed and then chased me for about a whole kilometer. I kept moving quickly to my car, so determined to get the hell out of there that I didn't even care if he saw which car was mine. He had given up following me and never tried to cross the road, to my relief. I got home and broke down. I mean, worse things had happened to other people, no doubt, and I wasn't harmed, fortunately, but I was shook. I had some anxieties walking to and from work after that. It wasn't long before a coworker and I would walk most of the distance back to our cars together after work. I even changed where I started parking for a time. A few weeks had passed since the incident, and I had not seen him around campus at all. I started spending my lunches in the lab instead of outside, but occasionally I would go to the student center to buy my lunch instead. This one particular day, the food court in the student center was packed, almost shoulder to shoulder. I was standing in line at a burger stall, and I heard a guy try and get someone's attention through the crowd. I look up, and it's him, waving to me and trying to make his way through the people. I panicked, and even though I'm terribly shy, I started a scene and yelled to him to leave me the fuck alone. His face dropped instantly as people started staring at us, and he slinked back into the sea of students. My heart was pounding and I was shaking. I don't even remember if I ended up getting food after that. I went back to work, and from then on, was even more focused on my surroundings than I ever was before. It's been 5 or 6 years since then now, and I still work at that university. I am so relieved to say that I never saw him again after the food court, and I haven't had any other harrowing accounts on campus. I'm still diligent about being aware of my surroundings, especially when I have to walk to and from campus alone. I never asked the guy his name, so I couldn't even report an incident to campus police or anything. All in all, I'm just glad that I never saw him again, and I can only hope he never did this to any other girl before or after me. This happened a few weeks ago. I work at a petrol station. I have years of experience in a previous one, so getting this job was just a piece of cake, I guess. Only this was different. It's lone working. Can you imagine 8 hours entirely by yourself, especially doing late shifts? So my shift started early afternoon. About maybe half an hour into my shift, this guy walks in. I had seen him before as he entered the shop the day before and randomly asked me if I had any shopping bags to spare. The guy was giving me some uncomfortable vibes, but luckily, someone else was working with me that day for a short while, so I asked them to deal with that guy. My colleague said we don't have anything to spare and told him bye. The guy leaves. Anyway, back to this very day, that guy walks in and I thought,
Fuck's sake. What does he want now? Another handout? Of course. He just walks up to the desk and starts chatting to me. He was asking me some advice about his living situation, as he told me he used to be homeless. Since to me it's not really my place to give advice, plus I really didn't want to be stuck talking to this guy, I just shrugged and told him to just sleep on it and have a think about things. And of course he left. He didn't enter the store to buy anything at all, just to chat. But thinking back, I remember that he asked me what time I got off. And stupidly, I told him 11 o'clock. I got on with my shift as usual up until about 9:30 p.m. He returns, but with another guy, who may I say looked dodgy, dressed in all black with his hood up. The guy who entered the shop previously pokes his head into the door and asked if I do phone top-ups. We do, but something in my gut was telling me, make him leave, now. So I lied and told him that we don't. So the guy and his dodgy friend hang outside the store for a bit, while I was serving customers. Then, until the shop seemed quiet again, they both enter the store, and they seemed like they were looking all around the shop. I noticed the dodgy guy kept his hands in his pockets the whole time, and then that thought struck me. Shit, I'm getting robbed tonight. So I just took some deep breaths and tried to keep calm, and just thought of my training, and I repeated in my head, just comply, give them what they want, and then call the police after they leave. But of course, from the panic, I thought to myself, better plan. So I stood by, ready with one hand under the desk, hovering over the panic button. I thought to myself, the minute they pull a weapon out on me, hit the button, as it's a silent alarm, and show my hands and comply, and hope police arrive on time to catch them. Well, they just ended up buying a bottle of water, as of course I did notice there was someone still outside in their car. I felt a huge sigh of relief thinking they just wanted water. Or maybe they decided not to rob me because now there's another person outside. They both leave the store but again hang around outside, right by the door. Then I see the car drive away and I thought to myself, I don't want these guys in the store again. Not while I'm completely alone. So I flip the switch that automatically locks the main door. Half an hour passes. I had no customers, and still the two guys are still hanging around outside. I called my boss to let him know what's going on, and to give him a heads up that at some point I'm going to have to call the police and have them move them along, as it's making me very anxious. Then another guy shows up and joins the guy, all dressed in black and wearing these COVID masks. He also hands his friends masks too. Then he makes his way around the back of the store. Then I realized, shit, the back door. The one I go out from time to time to puff on my vape. I ran to my back door, slammed it shut, and locked it. At this point, I was scared for my life, as these guys stack around the place, which felt like an hour and a half. I hid in the office watching the cameras. I picked up the phone, dialed the non-emergency number for the police. At this point, I was really freaking out. But of course, I had to listen carefully while a bit on the phone was going through those press 1 for this, press 2 for that, etc., etc. I couldn't focus, as the next thing, a colleague calls me on my mobile to check in on me. I told him what's happening, then I came out of the office to take a peek, and of course, those two guys were right up to the window, knocking to grab my attention. And yes, they saw me with 2 phones to my ears. Shit, they saw me, I said to my colleague on the phone. Then I came up with an idea. I put the phone that I had been making the call to the police down and kept my colleague on the phone. And I said, listen, I'm going to go see what they want. Stay on the phone. I'm going to put you on speaker. Stay quiet. Don't say a word. Just listen. If you hear me say the till is slow, you hang up and call the police. 911, okay? I mean, that's me telling you I'm in danger. So I put him on speaker and hide my phone in my bra. I head to the window. What's up, guys? Can I help you? Guy. Why is the door locked? That's because we're in night mode now. Door's locked, but I can serve through the hatch. What can I get you? They just looked at each other and whisper amongst themselves. We'll just take Marlboros and a lighter. Sure. One moment. I grab what they asked for and they push a $20 note through. I quickly grabbed the $20 and of course check it. Then I rang them up, but as I had their change ready, I saw one hand through the latch. I dropped their change into the hand, avoiding contact. Okay, thank you. Bye now. I stared them down. Finally, they leave for good. As soon as they were gone, I fell to the floor and burst out crying after holding in that fear for so long. I demanded that my shifts were changed to morning shifts after that night, or I was quitting. I am a 23-year-old female, and a few weeks ago, me and a friend who is also a 24-year-old female planned to go to an event together. Since we only had free time after work, we decided to get an Uber so we wouldn't take too long to arrive and could enjoy more. The first half of the ride was really normal, seemed like a normal, polite dude, but as soon as we got to the highway, his attitude changed. He seemed a lot more irritated. Me and my friend didn't pay much attention though and kept chatting between ourselves. Our attention was drawn when he started shouting with another driver. He turned to us and said he was going to pull over. I tried objecting, but he ignored and pulled over anyway. He reached out for the glove compartment and pulled out a gun. Important to note that guns are illegal in my country. We were just watching this unfold with holded breaths, and when the other guy drove away, we let out a sigh of relief. But then, we were still stuck in a car with a crazy man with a gun. After that, he went back to driving and apologized to us, saying that the guy was tailgating him. I let out an, "Oh, okay." He kept talking. "That guy is lucky that you two girls are here, or else I would have followed him and shot him in the face. Sleazy idiot." I look over to my friend. She's in shock and paralyzed. I'm in shock too, but trying to keep my cool because the last thing I want is to get him annoyed at us. If he was willing to shoot that guy for tailgating, I didn't want to know what he would do to us if I'd said the wrong thing. "No, it's okay, I understand." I was trying to appease him. "These guys need to be taught a lesson," he continued while I just agreed with my head. "I did that before, you know. You just trap the guy in an empty street, and when he leaves the car, bang." Did he just admit to murder? Was the only thing running through my mind, but I managed to keep calm and just agreed with him the rest of the way. He did deliver us right to the place with no more incidents. I waited a few weeks to report, since he had my home address and wouldn't be hard to figure out who reported him. Nobody showed up in my home with a gun, at least until now. An Uber has answered my report, saying that they started an investigation. I really hope that this guy doesn't do this to anyone else. My grandfather Jim died when I was 17, around 5 years ago, and his last months were rough on the whole family. He had advanced brain cancer, but he spent most of his time at home under hospice care. One afternoon, it was about 2 weeks before he died, I was alone with my grandpa, waiting for the hospice nurse to come check in on him. A man who I'd never seen before, Dave, knocked on the door. He was wearing hospital scrubs, but he hadn't brought any equipment with him, which was odd. I asked him if he worked with the hospital, and he nodded. He said this was his first shift with Jim, but that he'd reviewed my grandfather's file, and that he wanted to speak to whichever family member had the legal authority to pull the plug. Jim wasn't even on life support, so I guess Dave was using plug as an expression on my grandfather. I should say that I live in a right-to-die state, where euthanasia is legal, so it's not like that option had never occurred to us. But as far as I know, no member of my family had ever expressed an openness to euthanizing Jim. I told him that I had no authority to make that decision, and that my grandfather who was now delirious and unable to consent to much of anything, had specifically said to prolong his life indefinitely unless he was crying out in extreme pain, which he wasn't. Dave put his hand on my shoulder as though he were consoling me, and he talked about how old people become burdens that their families need to let go of. Then, Dave pulled a bottle of pills out of his pocket and said that they were barbiturates that would trigger a peaceful death. He said the coroner would determine that Jim died naturally from his cancer. I started to panic, and I firmly told him that under no circumstance would we be euthanizing my grandfather at this time. But he started to untwist the bottle as he walked towards Jim's bed. I tried to wrestle the pills from his hand, and he seemed startled. He played innocent and said he just wanted to show the pills to Jim. Dave knew perfectly well that my grandfather had almost no idea what was going on. I called 911 and rapidly explained the situation to the dispatcher. Dave suddenly became very scared and bolted out of the house. The cops arrived within 5 minutes, and Jim's actual hospice nurse arrived a few minutes after that. Based on my physical description, the police/hospital staff were able to identify Dave as a recently fired hospital orderly. Dave was charged with making a criminal threat based on my testimony, but unfortunately, he was acquitted. So Dave, wherever you are, stay the fuck away from my family. This story happened 3 years ago, when I was 17 years old. I was working at an old pizza shop right on the edge of my town. For context, the town I was in is an affluent suburban town, surrounded by a bypass which loops around the town. Around my town is some farmland and main roads, where all of the other blue-collar workers moved to after the town was gentrified 10 to 15 years back. This pizza shop was around for 20 years, and was very catered to these same blue-collared workers. It's around 9 p.m. and a call comes in for 2 pizzas and a 2-liter of soda. I'm the only driver in, so I have to take the delivery out. It's about a 10-minute drive to get to the location. There, I have the drive up a long gravel driveway that took 5 minutes to get up. My car really couldn't handle the gravel and how rough it was. Arriving at a place I see is a nice house, and 2 barns plotted across the land, with wheat 5 to 6 feet tall surrounding the whole property. I've always been really anxious around farms because of how creepy I think they are. Being at this place when I felt truly all alone really started to make my anxiety flare. I decided to call the number on the order because I have no idea where this guy wants me to go and drop off his food. After about another 5 minutes of absolute silence, the man picks up. He had a very deep and raspy voice, like he's been a career smoker, which didn't do anything to help me feel better. I was told to meet him at his truck at the far barn on his property. I am now properly shitting myself as my mind races of all the worst possible things that could happen to me. I pull myself together and muster further into this guy's property. I see the man's truck as I round one of those cylinder storage units where I see his F-150 and him inside. Instead of getting out, I call him and ask him how we should do the transaction. In that same deep voice, he instructs me to get out of my car and pull all of the food onto his truck bed. Since he paid with his credit card already, I thought this would have been over in 10 seconds. I do what he tells me to do and walk over to the passenger window so that he can sign his receipt. The man looks to be around his mid-40s, heavy set with a scraggly black beard and a trucker hat. I'm a pretty skinny guy, so with my mind already racing on being kidnapped or murdered, I really don't feel safe around him. I ask him if he has a pen on him because I forgot to bring one, and he did not have any cash on him. He stares at me with these cold eyes and points into the back of his truck saying to me, "If you ask me for a tip, I'm gonna be sticking this tip down your fucking throat." Where he has a double-barrel shotgun just in the back of his car. I'm frozen in fear as I'm registering that this man has just threatened to kill me. Not only that, but this is the second time that this has happened this shift. Yeah, I kid you fucking not. The first time was because I messed up the address for a house, and a man in his 60s wearing a cowboy hat and a fucking WWE belt comes outside and says he has the right to shoot trespassers when I was just trying to see if I was at the right house. The only thing I can muster out is okay, and I get back into my car and I get the fuck out of that farm. I was going so fast that I fucked up my car from it bouncing all around on that gravel path. I go 80 miles per hour all the way back to the pizza parlor, where I tell my coworkers what happened. None of my coworkers took me seriously and just thought that I was playing this up for a joke. I go home and forgot about it pretty quickly. But a year later, I'm working the lunch shift, and the same man calls in and orders a pizza. Now at this point, I'm refusing to take his order. But this was during COVID, and the place was on its last legs already, so management forced me into going out anyways. It was only 1 to 2 p.m. on a Sunday, so at least my fear of the dark would be covered. I get there, and the man is waiting for me at his actual house. He recognized me, and out of all the things he started doing, he started apologizing to me for what he said. He was excusing it, saying that he just started going through a divorce, and he was struggling with his emotions. I just wanted the whole thing to be over with, and he gave me $60 for what happened. But still, to that man on the farm, I hope we never meet again. Now, before we head to the extra rain that is at the end of my video, I would like to shout out all of my channel members. Fia MajK0101, Honey Pond, Bitchy Betty, Down Below, Diane Genius, and Interscare Wifey. Thank you so much for being members of this channel.